welcome Abe Booster, Diane Yeats, Claire Patterson, Drums for Life Girls is that part, and then you have Zone 2 is Masquerade in Guyanese, Memory and Imagination, and it starts at 1:30.
To celebrate
It
and
starts
reminisce
with
when
a
we
film
long live tradition.
by Margaret
We can
Lawrence,
trace it and draw it and slice
and
it
then
and
it
dice it.
goes to
We
the
can suss it
panel.
and toss it
The
and
panel
display it in
starts
its
with you,
niceness. And trust me,
then
by the time the sun
Julio,
turns shade, we
then
can have a
myself,
better
then
understanding of this thing
White,
named
Verna
Masquerade.
Walcott-White. Then
We can hear about
delivering
Jembe and
our
Dun
panel
Dun
is by Bert.
and Junkanu and Igungun.
Okay.
We can hear about
After
memory and
Yes,
creativity and
after
about
the panel,
cultural
we have a
expression.
performance by Jasper Adams.
And by the end of this thing, we
I
intend
have
to
a
bring
presentation of
is a
another
revealing and an
conference
assessing and
after
ultimately understanding that the Mother Sally and the Manakul and the Flounces and the musician is the upkeepers of a long and stable tradition that didn't just start with Christmas nor Mashramani, but it got its roots way across the Kalipani. But since I'm too bright, and is definitely not a scholar, and since I got more export people to follow, let me give way and invite to the session the man who we bring for do the libation. Where Goya? Libation. Business. Jambo brothers and sisters. When I say Jambo, you say si Jambo. Jambo brothers and sisters. Jambo brothers and sisters. Oh yes, I like it. Jambo this way is like when I say Ashe, this one Ashe. Okay? Now this morning they give me a great pleasure to be here to perform this libation ceremony, GCA Silver Jubilee, in honor of the Masquerade. Now, for all those who have never seen, who have been to a libation before, I welcome you. For all those who have not, I welcome to this spiritual journey. Now, libation. What is a libation? Now I have grains, I have water, I have rum, and I have cologne, sweetness. So when you're inviting the ancestors, you have to put clean environment, you know, sprinkle up the questions. Some people put some light here to guide the ancestors. What do? But this morning, this is what I'm working on. Now, a libation is pouring of liquid to appease the ancestors or the deities. When you do that, you're asking them to come in and bless you, which will bring goodwill over you, and everything you do, the spirit and truth. Okay? But before I start, I'm going to say a short prayer. Imai, Tutu. Bona, Tutu. Ile, Tutu. Abase, Ashe, 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 oh. great masqueraders. Ashe?
Ashe.
I'm running. I'm asking for 3 assistants. 3 assistants to come in and help me carry on this libation. Because we're going to pour this in this big calabash here, but we don't want to mess it up. Definitely pour it here. So I can get 3 assistants. So the grain stands for prosperity. 3 types of grains. Water, that quenches thirst, or there to water the grains. And some of us maybe like to have a drink and have fun. Very good. In some cultures they use ghee, milk, and even honey. So what we're going to do now, we're going to get grains going. Or gather grains. Pour that grains into our sage. Pour libation to all the masqueraders, the great ones that's going on, and they're doing great things. Pour. On to the great beyond. As we pour the libation, you can call their names so they can feel well and well pleased. Or this is great man named Igungu. Igungu is the erasure of the ancestors. So what we're doing today, we just ask Igungu to come in and bless us. And let everything be well. This anniversary that we are celebrating, it will be prosperous and we get more money for it. Ashe? Ashe. I know you want more money than anybody else. Ashe. Now let's give everybody a round of applause.
Hello. You really don't have to, and I think I can do without the microphone. Ashe. Ashe. Is it on? It's on? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Those drums really do make me feel at home. As a daughter of the drummer, I am fully enthused, and thank you. And those drummers who came in first, let us say thank you to the drums of life. I am Ave Maria. I am the current president of the Guyana Cultural Association of New York, Inc. Greetings, everyone. Having welcomed the ancestors into our midst through the pouring of libation by our brother Akoya, it now gives me great pleasure to welcome all of us here in person and those of us on social media platforms to this Lefferts Historic House Museum here in Prospect Park, and to today's Symposium and Literary Hang titled Guyana's Masquerade, Memory and Creativity. Today's Symposium and Literary Hang are presented in collaboration with the Prospect Park Alliance. GCA's Symposium and Literary Hang had their beginnings back in 2002, 2003, respectively, and today remains one of our flagship events as the Guyana Cultural Association of New York, Inc. celebrates our silver jubilee anniversary under the theme, Guyana's Cultural Vibes, Vivid and Alive at 25. As we reflect on our achievement of 25 years, we remember with gratitude Dr. Juliet Emanuel and the gathering of men and women of the word in prose, poetry, and drama, who under the presidency of Reverend Malcolm Hall began these productions. Today's events will explore the African roots of Guyana's masquerade, its encounters and exchanges with other masquerading traditions in Guyana, its contemporary manifestations, and provide commentary for the future. We are confident that the contributions of today's participants will not only deepen our understanding of Guyana's masquerade inheritance, but will also enhance the masquerade revitalization work to be undertaken in Guyana by the newly registered Masquerade Association. Further, I do believe in my heart of hearts that as our theme, Guyana Masquerade, Memory and Creativity unfolds, coupled with the concomitant interactive modules that you will see, those together, they definitely will trigger our episodic memory of childhood masquerade and related encounters. So we are all in this thing together. Once again, a warm welcome to this memorable experience as the GCA continues to keep Guyana's cultural vibes vivid and alive at 25. Welcome and enjoy. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to invite Dylan, my colleague from Prospect Park Alliance. It's over to you, Dylan.
Thank you so much, Eva. My name is Dylan Yates, and it is my great honor to be the director here at Lefferts Historic House and partnering once again with GCA, which we are very grateful and humbled to be able to host such an important event as this in many ways. In 2023, this building is owned by New York City. It was moved into the park in 1918 from its original location on the corner of Flatbush and Maple. This house was built on stolen land with stolen labor. And in 2023, the Prospect Park Alliance decided to launch a new program called the Reimagine Lefferts Initiative, which I had the honor to steward, and then became the director of a reimagined Lefferts Historic House. And the goal here is to honor the indigenous people of this land, as well as the Africans forced to come to the Americas, by welcoming both of those communities to take this site of brutality and oppression and turn it into a venue for the preservation of culture and the promotion of these important histories. And in a way, I think Masquerade is the perfect example of that, of the creativity and grit required to preserve cultural traditions at all costs, that can then communicate that to the next generation in an exciting way, and in doing so change the world. So I'm very excited to listen to this program today. I'm very happy that everyone is here and that we were able to partner once again, and I hope we can keep doing that in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dylan. This collaboration with Prospect Park Alliance is really great for both entities, Prospect Park Alliance and the Guyana Cultural Association. And so without any further, I think we now introduce our interim executive director, Claire Patterson-Mona.
Thank you, Ave, and a pleasant good afternoon, everyone. So here we are in Lefferts House, August 24th, for Masquerade Memory and Creativity. Welcome. I serve as the interim executive director. I'm Claire Patterson, and it is so lovely that we can celebrate 25 years of keeping Guyana's cultural vibes vivid and alive in this space that is so historic. Over the past 2.5 decades, GCA has worked tirelessly to preserve and pass on this tradition. It is one of passion, and our founding executive director and cultural director, Claire and Goring, worked tirelessly to make sure that Masquerade stayed front and center on our agenda. Through workshops, here, yes, clap up Claire, she's hearing. We did this through workshops, performances, educational programs, both in Guyana as well as here in the diaspora, reconnecting young people with the artistry of drumming, flunking, tiltman, and costuming. This cultural exchange continues to create new opportunities for intergenerational learning, ensuring that the energy of Masquerade is carried into the future. With that experience, we will experience that here today, and it just adds another rung to the ladder of richness that the Guyana Cultural Association produces in terms of culture. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming. For those of you, where's the camera, who are out there in our virtual space, thank you for joining us. It's Sunday afternoon. You could be anywhere, but come to the park and join us. I want to thank our sponsors, our volunteers, our panelists, our performers, Dr. Vibert Cambridge, our cultural director, Clive Prowell, and the entire symposium committee. Those Thursday evening meetings have culminated into something wonderful. And we have fulfilled our goal to continue to inspire, to unite, and to remind us of who we are. So may our conversations today breathe new energy into this timeless art form, which carries with it the heartbeat of our ancestors and the joy and pride of our people. Thank you and welcome. Drums up!
Hands that dug and moved tons of mud. Hands that converted canals to carry the colony's lifeblood. Water aback, water affront. Water needed to carry cane stalk upon steel punt. These same hands never lost the beat that set life to the weary shovelman's feet. The memories start and lived and end with the drum, whether pain, whether joy, whether grief, whether celebration. The ebb and flow of life, twisted into polyphonic rhythms, flow through fingers and syncopate in spite of the dire conditions. Dead goat skin on live, firm hands, rhythm sweet below the coconut palms. Music ebb and flow like the Atlantic on the foreshore sands, clashing violently with the colonial's plans. Stay south of Hatfield Street, stay east of Camp Street. Queenstown is now no place for tramp. Tradition and resistance somehow couldn't understand. Somehow become kind as Santa P ban. Drums taken away and made a crime by those who sought to destroy time, not knowing that though the drums did, the rhythm never left. And as long as the hands were alive, that the beats would be kept. So when they took and converted the colonizers' things, ancient memory forced creativity into being. The bass become the boom, and the kettle become the kittle, and the flute become the fife by changing it a little. And just like the gathered friends, it come to pass that play become work, and work become mass. Lest we forget, because we memory fade, mass in play mass is short for masquerade. Through the passages of time and the meandering of places, through the days of smiles and frowns on we ancestors' faces, the survival instinct that bring them across the water fashion a shield, a protective structure that today we use as icons of we expression. Look, let these erudite people push forward this edifying session. Mask!
Could I ask Julio to come up? Can I ask Verna? Please come up. Verna! Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, those who are present here, and to Henry and Terry, Seeta, who are online, welcome. We will begin this conversation by, first of all, joining you in extending thanks to the drummers, Drums 4 from Guyana. Let's give Drums 4 another round of applause. You would be hearing more from Drums 4 across the seas. Ladies and gentlemen, in Isabel de Carey's recent film, Masquerade Unmasked, the distinguished Guyanese creative, Stanley Greaves, concluded that All-Boys-Town, Charlestown, and Kitty were great 20th century crucibles of masquerade in Guyana. Stanley Greaves. All-Boys-Town, Charlestown, and Kitty were two of the masquerade crucibles in Guyana. Was that? Okay, well, I wanted to see Henry them when they came on. I can't see them from sitting here. Okay. All right. So, I just got bumped. Anyway, the kitty was also part of this crucible. I'm certain people from Workmanville and Victoria and Grove and Port-Droyne and West Coast Demerara and other villages in Essequibo would say that they're also inheritors of that legacy. Today, we are gathered for our first foundational panel. And on this, we have 4 distinguished Guyanese who will share their memories about Masquerade and the impact it has had on their creativity as theater professionals, as writers, as dancers, and even as a member of the legendary Boise Sage Masquerade Band. Through our conversations and presentations, we hope to get a deeper understanding of All Boys Town, Charlestown, and Kitty, in addition to their own personal experiences. So, why don't we begin? Henry Muttoo, are you ready? Is Henry ready?
Henry's on. Henry, unmute. Tell him to unmute.
These are teaching pains. We just get Henry online.
Somebody call me?
Is Henry there?
He needs to unmute. Seeta, can you tell him to unmute, please? Seeta, tell Henry to unmute. They were talking just now. Margaret, why don't you go on? I'll put something in the chat.
Okay, whilst we're waiting on Henry, who would take us into All Boys Town, why don't we call upon someone who's got some Relaro Masquerade experiences under his belt? Julio Thijs. Julio, over to you. Take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Julio couldn't make it today, so he asked me to step in for him and try to, whatever it is he said he was doing. So if I mess it up, don't blame him, blame me. I'm happy that you're all here. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to share with you. I need to give you a little background into what is going on. So, during the summer of 1972, a creative force called Carifesta was unleashed around the Caribbean and South America, impregnating artists with that spirit of creativity. The epicenter was Georgetown, Guyana. One night, an idealistic young artist and his muse had attended a performance by the National Dance Theatre of Jamaica, performing Rex Nettleford's choreography, Kumina. Later that night, as they rested in a stipi-sipi hammock that was tied between a sorry and a gooseberry tree in his backyard, under a full moon's light, listening to John Coltrane's A Love Supreme, he suddenly sprang up as though he was in a trance. After a few minutes of silence, she asked him, what is the matter, oh my dear? As he turned towards her, his face illuminated by the moonlight, she noticed a tear rolling down his cheek. Their eyes locked intensely. Their quivering lips almost touching, he whispered to her, that dance, Kumina, that dance. I want to do the same for Masquerade. As she wiped that tear from his eye, she whispered to him, let's do it. They engaged in a passionate dance. That evening, the Death of Jembo was conceived. A few weeks after Carifesta, they are attending a modern dance workshop conducted by the young, avant-garde Guyanese choreographer, Mr. Malcolm Hall. take a bow, Malcolm. They were having fun, feeling free to express themselves. If you see Kung Fu, Masquerade, and Kata come together, all kinds of dance movement, combined and being experimented with, Carifesta had freed our minds. We were no longer ashamed of our culture, we were owning our culture. Malcolm called a break, and I went outside to have a smoke, get some fresh air. When I noticed another dancer coming into our compound, and we engaged in conversation, and I said to him, I want to do a stage presentation for the Masquerade, just like a ballet. Well, that guy leaned back his head, he looked down his nose at me, he two nostrils spread open like when Johnny Jackass run 10 furlongs. And he said to me, in a scorning manner, ballet is not masquerade. Ballet is not like dancing for $5 and a bottle of rum. Well, I was angry. The first thing came to my mind was violence. But then I allowed the spirit of Martin Carter to soothe me. So I reached for a pen instead of the sword that was in my mind. And I scribed the following statement. I would like your help in doing this, okay? It's only 4 stanzas long, but you'll follow my direction. When I lift my hand towards my head, I'd like you to point at me like this and say $5 and a bottle of rum. When I drop my hand to my side, you stop, okay? Every time I point in your direction, you're going to say $5 and a bottle of rum. So you watch my body movements. Ready? Let's try this. $5, everybody, point your finger as though you scorn me. $5 and a bottle of rum. Keep going. $5 and a bottle of rum. $5 and a bottle of rum. Me is a proud professional masquerade man. When you see me flouncing in the street, me 2 foot don't miss a beat because the music sweet, sweet, sweet. Me is a proud professional masquerade man. $5 and a bottle of rum. Me is a proud professional masquerade man. When you see me, I roll back in me head like when fish dead. It's because the spirit upon me. $5 and a bottle of rum. Me is a proud professional masquerade man. Kettle, fife, and bass does make me heart race. I just don't flunks for $5 and a bottle of rum. I is a proud professional masquerade man. I just don't flunks for $5 and a bottle of rum. I is a proud professional masquerade man. Could you roll that piece for me, please? Mr. Technician? What we're going to experience now is a brief snippet into some of the things that I've been doing over the years. That insult that I endured that night at the Theatre Guild was like a fire in my heart to keep this art form alive. Thank you. Sound? You're not skipping anything. It's one roll. This is 1969 when it all began. That's me catching the spirit of the masquerade. That's my mentor, Boise Sage. That's us masquerading in the streets of Georgetown. That would be me and that would be Boise. That is what I call the Awakening, Carifesta 1972. This is my first creation, the Death of Ojembo. These costumes were created by my dear friend. This is me creating the line of stilts that I gained in honor of my mentor, Boise Sage. And of course, I'm testing them out. Test them before you sell them, right? These are custom-made stilts. These stilts are made for durability, as well as for traveling. This is my logo for my line of stilts. The image you see, that's an image of Boise Sage that I manipulated in Photoshop so as to make this logo. He's doing what we call the bicycle press. He's got a bicycle around his neck. This was my first production in Canada back in 1994. We had 108 members of the Guyana Cultural Association of Calgary participating. This is my 2014 presentation of the death of Ojembo. This was done in Arizona. And later we can ask me what is the death of Ojembo all about. And that's his news. This is when the death of Ojembo is going to transpire. He's hanging from a silk. He's gone.
Thank you.
This next piece is called Wind and Leaf or Le Pont Promenade, the climax, performing one of my partners.
Come on, man, play before I give you something.
This is a piece for silks and stilts. The climax. This is the exciting part. In 2012, the GCA of New York Incorporated invited me back to Guyana for a workshop symposium. So this we took all the material. Here I am introducing the Boise Sage Mark 7. I'm introducing the Mark 8 to Guyana for the first time. And here, the quest to revitalize and preserve the art form. And this started in 2013. Another group of my students. I've been returning to Guyana on a regular basis, conducting workshops and teaching children to dance and stilts. Gives me great satisfaction. This is the Guyana I dream of, living in harmony. This is not a group of my students. The quest, revitalize and preserve the art form. Mission accomplished 2023. This young group of students, after 1 week of training, they won a second prize in a national dance competition. This costume, I dedicate this in the memory of my lifelong muse and creative partner, Miss Morris, the Queen's McBean. Sweet and creative piece, my beloved designer and maker of all of my costumes. This is her first costume she made for me in 1974. That's the last costume she made for me in 2016. This costume is called Old Rags. Those are the whooping cranes. It's got to keep going.
Okay. Is there?
The image is there, but there's no sound. Okay, it's moving now. This is the Golden Jaguar that was created for the 50th anniversary of Guyana's independence. Everybody's saying beautiful.
Every man should have their share. We will end the share. Thank you so much today.
El Diablo, one of my favorite costumes. Bojangles, and of course the Count of Currency. Yours truly.
Thank you! Ring ding ding the steel, ring ding ding the bass. Here your champion is on the field. Here your champion is Tomate.
This is my Canadian crew.
My name. Music!
I is a professional masquerade man. I got gold flunks for $5 and a bottle of rum. Thank you very much.
And we are fortunate to also have in our audience the next generation of stiltmen. If Maxi Williams is here, Maxi, stand up and take a bow. Next generation of stiltmen. Ladies and gentlemen, I know our colleagues online were not hearing us. Are you hearing us now, Henry and Seeta? They were not hearing us. We had a word from them. It's fixed now? Oh, Henry, are you ready?
Yeah. I am ready. I'm getting a sort of a echo feedback when I listen to you guys. If you can hear me well.
We can hear you, Henry.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
I could hear you clearly. I don't know about that.
I'm hearing you,
Bible,
Seeta.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the thing is, when I hear you all respond, I am getting, yes, we hear it. So I'm not too sure sometimes of it. But if you can hear me, maybe I can start.
Okay, Henry, if you can hear us, please, go ahead, Henry.
Can I hear you?
We could hear you clearly.
So
Don't
what?
they are speaking that they have the when they turn on the mic to speak. That is
Yeah, Okay, so can I go ahead and start then?
Yes, yes, Henry.
All right, so I don't have a paper prepared. I'm not preparing a paper. What I'm going to do is to try to talk a little bit about Masquerade from my own experience growing up in All Boys Town. Mainly, my track was obviously the entire track of those who know All Boys Town, James Street. If you go to the east from Calendar Street and you walk right down James Street, the 2 miles or a mile and a half or whatever it is, right up to Le Penitence Road, or which turns in, of course, a little further up into Safan Street. So right at where the market would have been, and in those days, Baton, K-Wall, and so on and so on. So that's the main drag of All Boys Town. But then also, again, I want to, if you can picture All Boys Town, again, for those of you, most people on this might have an idea of All Boys Town. But on the south side would have been Pontrench Dam. So it will be James Street, then a sort of a block, then Pontrench Dam, which you had to use little boats and so on to go over, or you swim over. There were a couple of bridges across. I'm going to set the scene for you. And then on the dam, right on the, again on the south of Pontrench Dam, that would be the dam where the mules would walk while they're pulling the punts down to the factory, which was way down close to the river. All along that dam, that was where the Penitence, if you go 1 block through one of the pathways, you would arrive at Middle Road, Le Penitence. And all along that dam, there were Indian people, predominantly Indian people with their temples, etc., etc. On one side, at the Calendar Street side, there was a huge Kalibai Puja yard. I knew it was run by a man named Naidu, who I think he came with very dark-skinned Indian, probably from Tamil Nadu or one of those southern Indian states. And then on the other side, he moved later on right up to where Hunter Street was, the yard in Hunter Street, when you cross what was in those days called the High Bridge. It was a sort of a high bridge, and then they flattened.
Recording in progress.
So if you can picture that, and then on the opposite side, if you're going to the north of James Street now, you would see, you would end up on Sussex Street, where you have the Sussex Street Trench, a bridge to cross over Sussex Street, and then beyond that was the Lapentier Cemetery, or we would call it the Burying Ground. And at Curtis Street, there was the Burying Ground Gate. So if you get that picture, it's basically a long rectangle, and that's where I saw most of the masquerades that I saw. I saw them also in Kitty. I lived in Kitty for a couple of years, 3 years, 2 years in Thomas Street, close to St. Road, and 1 year in Bar Street, close to an Indian temple. So my own experience as a masquerade is, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I saw, but what interests me more than anything else, I'm not particularly interested in some of the other things. I'm interested mainly in how the culture of masquerade, how the heritage of masquerade, what it meant, what these fragments of memories meant originally, and how these fragmented pieces were brought to Guyana, how the slaves who couldn't bring things with them and who came basically with their heads, with their memory, and what it is that they did in the first place to stitch together this culture we call Caribbean culture, of course with other cultures, other ethnicities, and also how it changed and how we have lost some of the actual meaning of masquerade, and therefore why it is so important that this conference, and hopefully the follow-up of this conference and whatever books or papers or whatever comes out of it, are not only heard on this channel or put on YouTube, but are actually taken into our education system, and that no one, regardless of who that person is in Guyana, should at any time think that something like this, masquerade, and indeed all the other ritualistic elements of our culture that we are losing gradually, the actual meaning of these things, what they were meant to do, that those things get into our education system. because you can't legislate culture. You can't put laws about culture. Yes, well, I suppose you can put certain things, but and it becomes a law, and then you can take people to court if they don't do so and so. But one doesn't want to do that. What one wants to do is to let the culture be seen, because that is how I became Guyanese. I am me. I am just a person with memory. But that memory is a memory of Guyana, right? That formative memory. And so when I saw Masquerade in Guyana, they would, of course, you wouldn't know where they would originate from, so they might have come down from down Sussex Street. They might have been traveling from Lodge, you know, sort of on the sort of the north side of Princess Street here, that going way down to the back now, which is slightly different. Or they may have come from the Charleston area, depending on which side they come. They may have come down Sussex Street. They may have come down Le Penitence Road. But what I saw, obviously, in my youth, and which I think a lot of youth saw, is something that was entertaining and frightening at the same time. It was entertaining because it had music which carried all of the messages which we never saw or we didn't pay attention to, and the masquerades, of course, which underneath all of what we were doing, these meanings, they had meaning, and some of those, that meaning had been lost. And so what I saw was this group of people coming down with people following them, and you had what we would call in those days long lady, and I'll talk a little bit about that based on the still figures, right? In Guyana, we made a sort of a basket skirt, a mukru. They used to use mukru, or some people say bamboo, but in my experience, it wasn't bamboo, it was mukru, right? Which you used to make baskets, big baskets that those bakery stores used to have them and put them in a carrier bag full with bread, and you carry them to other stores and so on. So they used, so I saw that with the frames, and over the frame was the dress, of course, and this tall lady, and then they would have two hands flapping around, and the masquerader, the person who carried the kinetic energy for the masquerade, was the person inside of that thing. And then, of course, we had the actual stilts people who you could actually see the long legs, and those stilt people, I mean, the person that I knew would have been Moisey Sage when he was a young man. You know, he had grown a little bit out of proportion at one time. I say that with love, of course. And he was old and couldn't deal with getting up on top of the stilts. And then other people like Julio picked up that slack and took it to where people know it. But so there was that character that I saw, fascinating, tall above everybody else. And what the taller still figures used to do in Alboy's Town, they had street. If you know James Street, on James Street, on both sides of James Street, right? So the southern, and if you're coming down that channel, there were houses, and there were a lot of shops along the way, and many of these shopkeepers had a little bit more money, and they were living in the taller houses. Some of them fronted yards, and so behind those houses or around them or opposite them, there were huge tenement yards, like the one my aunt owned and rented to various people. And they would be able to reach those people. So rather than the people throwing the money down for them, they would be able to have their little tin cup, and the stilt man would be up there holding the tin cup, and the people would come through their windows and put the money in the cup. Because when the money was thrown on the ground, it was all, they rolled into gutters. There were two gutters. If you know James Street, there were gutters and alleyways. The alleyways run north to south, and the gutters run east to west. And so if they would roll in the gutters, then it would be, you got to go search for it in the muck of the gutter. So you didn't want to do that. And so they had the little tin cup, and they put it. And then, of course, so that's one. And I'll talk about the significance of that if later on as I go on. And then, of course, there was Bam Bam Sally. Sorry, let me just come back and finish this now, because when I go on to others, I don't want to get sidetracked. So this Long Lady and Masquerade, I think, again, what I saw were things that, that entertained me. I looked at it, and it was fascinating to watch this long lady, to watch this stilt man dancing and so on. And I saw as a kid pure entertainment value in the masquerade, where I could run up to them and run. But my parents, not my parents, my mother, because my father was not around, my parents and the older people in the yards would scare you about the masquerades, right? The tall man is going to do so and so, and the long lady is going to do so and so and so. And if you think of, if you go back now to what I am particularly interested in is the significance of this tall man, because the tall still figures reminded me and is connected to, if the research is done properly, is connected to the character that we call Moongazer. And although Moongazer, we see Moongazer as a different character, right? Remember that the Moongazer, the story behind the Moongazer is that the estate people, the people who ran the estates, made up this myth that there was this man with two tall legs that looks up at the moon. This white man, actually, I didn't know Moongazer as anything else, but this tall white figure, washed out by the light of the moon, of course, and staring up at the moon. And that if you try to escape from the sugar estates, Moongazer is at the crossroads, would be standing with the legs open, and she would crush you with the leg. So the significance of that has to be noted, because these connections need to be made, I think, by scholars about the masquerades and what it really meant. So it's not just somebody who come and say, let me put on two stilts and go up in the air. It had a deeper significance in our ritualistic behaviors, which is based in the memory that we have brought with us. The Africans brought with them to Guyana, and obviously with the culture, with us being Dutch first, and then for many, merely after, when the British took over, a lot of these things. Because again, if you know, those of you who have researched, you'll know that in, and I don't know where they got it from, but in Scotland and in parts of Europe, there are people who used to stand on stilts, and they would watch their sheep, and they would have knitting, and they would be knitting and doing all kinds of things there while they're watching these sheep. And you can see them on stilts. The carnival in Rome and in Italy, there are stilt figures. So the stilt figure is all over the place. Now, where it originated from, one can do a lot of the research. I mean, some would say it originated in Africa, and it most likely did. And then when people traveled from Rome, because remember, Rome had a lot of connections with Africa. I don't want to go into all that deep history, but I just wanted to point that difference out. So then you come to something like let's take the mad cow, and then we're gonna take what we call Bam Bam Sally. So in my experience, you'll see Bam Bam Sally. Let's go with her first, or him, her first, right? Because a lot of times it used to be men doing it, not women. I don't know if it's still that practice today, because I haven't seen it for a little while on the streets, but it used to be men dressed up like women. And in Trinidad, there is also there's a character that is, I'm trying to remember the name of the character that is similar. But what I saw was a woman as a little boy, a woman with a huge bottom and a big chest, and dancing up on the road. And what people tend to see in that figure, masquerade figure, is the comedy. And what we do now is people play it for comedy. The bigger the pillow, the more bigger they laugh. So what we do is we cater to the crowd to laugh. What we are missing is that this masquerade has to do, if you go back to the Galilee and the Igungun masquerades in Africa, and if you look at all the masquerades in which there is a pregnant woman, the woman, it's a connection between the spiritual world, where the woman is the carrier of life, and so on. And what I have heard in Guyana, people say, oh, well, it's based on the Christian ritual of the Virgin Mary. Well, I don't think that is so. That may be so now, but I don't think the memory of the masquerade was about Christianity or the Virgin Mary. I think it was this connection that we have in Guyana have changed it because of the way we grew up in our culture and so on, and we have ascribed this pregnancy and so on to the Virgin Mary giving birth. But the important thing was the connection, and it's the same thing for the still people, is the connection between earth, right, which is the physical being, and the ancestral being, which are the ancestors, or the spiritual world. They're in the spiritual world. And so when a new life comes, the ancestor is part of this life. It is a fascinating and very important aspect of our masquerade, which needs to be preserved, and which the research, if I'm sure that Dr. Cambridge and various people may be doing research on this and already know much of what I'm saying here. But if it is not, more importantly, it must get into the system where young Guyanese understand the significance, regardless of what it has become, because it is like culture which is always changing. It is in constant metamorphosis. New people come, new traditions come, they blend in and so on, and you end up with something that's different. But the well of originality, and where the source of things must be maintained, so that whatever changes occur, we always have a source to relate to. So that's a bit of that. Then let's take the mad cow now. Again, what we tended to do and what we tend to do is to see these things, like I said, entertainment. So if you see a mad cow now, I shouldn't say now, but when I saw the mad cow, it didn't just, well, first of all, you would be scared to hell of the mad cow. Nobody would want to get, the little kids used to always, you run and then you run back, because you run, and the mad cow, of course, the whole play was for the mad cow to attack you, to pretend attack, right, and then come back. And the kids were always scared of that. I, as a kid, was very scared of it, because I was told that the cow can put you down and so on. But if you look at what a lot of people get out of it, and what we do to these things, we kind of, I don't want to use the word bastardize, but the mad cow always has a scrotum. And what people have done now is, the bigger they make it and the more it swings, is the more comedy in it. So then what we do is we're beginning to lose this idea of the power, the male power. What the mad cow represents for me is the power of the male, this physical power of the male to attack. The male is seen as this attack figure, because remember, the male in traditional culture and heritage is he was the person who went out there and fought the wars originally anyway, or mostly, and did a lot of, nowadays men are still expected to go and beat up somebody else if they trouble your daughter or whatever it is. So that significance of this power in this male, and remember, the mad cow is always a bull. It wasn't a heifer, right? It's a bull. So the man was seeing that strength. It represented the strength of the male person in the cultural cell, the village, the community, whatever you want to call it. That. So this is what I'm interested in, and I saw it as a boy as entertainment, comedy. Then if you look at the musicians in the masquerades, what you'll find is that most of the music is provided by instruments that were from the colonial culture. So you have the kettle drum, you have the fife, or the bamboo flute, and then you had I don't remember seeing in my time an African drum being played in the masquerade in Guyana. It may have been there, so I'm not saying that it wasn't there. But again, if you look at the fife, the bamboo flute comes from way back. It's in India, it's in Africa, it's all over the place. And it's strange that in my time, I've never seen somebody use a metal flute. I've never seen a masquerade band. I have never seen one. There may be now, I'm sure. Things have changed, but I've never seen them with a metal flute. I've always seen it. And that tonal quality of the music, because remember, music in ritual is provided as a vehicle for the presentation, for setting the tone, right? For setting the tempo and the rhythm. Basically, the rhythm of the masquerade is important. the atmosphere that the music creates, the tone. And if you know music enough, I don't know it enough, but as an artist, I can see sound and I can hear light. So if I, like when I'm doing a play, I'm hearing what the light is doing. Now that sounds crazy and mad, but it is so, if you really think about it. So these musicians that is where the element comes in, because the physical drums were banned. African drums were banned in the colonial countries. And as early as I wrote it down somewhere, but I'm not gonna go look for it now. It's in the 1600s that the drum was banned in Barbados, and later on in Trinidad. I haven't found anything when it was banned in Guyana, but I imagine that Guyana being a colonial country, both through the Dutch and the English, that it would have been, the drums would have also been banned. And I'm sure that some scholars might be able to say it differently. But this is so when I hear the music and I hear the old-time fife playing, and what out of all of the things that we have, what has emerged is a music that is unique. I heard John Canoe in Jamaica because I lived there and was part of the cultural in Jamaica, and I've seen it in St. Kitts and various things and at various Carrick Festival. And I haven't heard anything, I mean, again, tonally you hear the same song because it very much is the instruments, but the Guyana song, that physical song that the Guyana Masquerade is, to my mind or to my knowledge, unique. And you know they have da 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 da, and that kind of thing. Now the chants that they used to do, I heard a lot of chants, and again in storytelling tradition all over the world, and now I'm speaking now particularly in because Masquerade, obviously the root of it is African, and they would chant, and in folklore and in culture, the chant is important, and in all cultures they are what you call storytellers. In Africans they're called griots, and the actual griots, their job is to learn, and that's their life, to learn the history and to retell it, to be able to sit for hours and retell the entire history of a people, of a community, or whatever. And so this what we're doing here with the music and with the chanters. So the music, some griots, they tell the music, they tell the chant, they tell the story, speaking rhythmically and poetically, but with a drone or a chant in the background. So there's music in the background and they're telling it to that rhythm. In Masquerade, they would stop the band, at least what I know of. So what I heard, the word I heard, they would say bateau. I haven't figured out where that word comes from, but they would say bateau, and when they say bateau, the band would stop. And then the chant man would say, they would have different chants. So some of the chants from the colonial period would be like things like the old colonial rhymes, like Georgie Porgy. Georgie Porgy wouldn't buy, kiss the girl and make the renegades, keep out to play, Georgie Porgy run away, band, and then he would say band, so he would say bateau first and then band after, and then the band would start up right away, and then the Masquerade would come. And then they had several other chants, but again with my interest in finding out the roots of things, when you go back to chanting, all over Guyana as a little boy, I experienced women breaking stones at street corners. I don't know, I know Vibert would have seen it, and some of the older folk in the audience would have seen it. They'd sit with a pile of rock. I guess it might have been, what you call it, coral type rocks, or I didn't know what it was as a boy. But they would sit with rocks, with a hammer, a big sort of hammer mallet, and they would sit there. Town council, I suppose, when they were doing the roads, they'd pay these women to, it usually were women, they usually were, in my experience anyway, and they would chant. Now I don't remember any of the women's chants, unfortunately. I would stop and listen to them, but nothing registered. But when they were doing Sussex Street Trench in the 1950s, I was probably about 6 or so. And it's amazing that I remember this particular chant, and I suppose it has something to do with being a little boy and discovering the idea of sex and women and so on. And the chant was, again, the exact words, and I could remember it, and this is direct. And they would chant it sort of way. So one guy would say, so they'd change up. So not just one guy would say, Bella, mother, and the other would pick up, she feel the heat. Then the other one would pick up, she send for grease, and the other one would end it, to grease the crease. Now, and while they were saying these lines, with the pause before the next person pick up, they would have what we would call a monkey, what we call a monkey in those days, a big block of stone or wood with 2 handles onto it, and they would hit what we call the parloff, where they were putting the big 2x12 green heart down in the mud to make a wall, a retaining wall, so that the Sussex Street doesn't collapse into the trench, right? And then they would put those in, and then they would have the posts in, of course. And while they were doing that, they were chanting this thing over and over. That's one of the chants I heard. And if you look at the connection between that chant and the masquerade chants, you would find that a lot of the masquerade chants, I don't know the older ones, but I know some of the colonial ones, and I mean, there was another one which again was a little pejorative, because they all, these folk things were always have a little pejorative meaning with women. They always use women, and I'm going to say it anyway because it's important. And with apologies to women. And one thing they would say, not the Bella Mother one. Let me try to remember this one. Oh, the masquerade band would be playing. You would say Bato, and the leader would say, goat skin stink, sheep skin stink, but woman petticoat, Lord, more stink, band, and they would go on like that. So those are 2 that I remember.
Thanks, Henry.
So just to finish now, what I give you what I saw and what I think that we are losing along the way, and why it is important, why it is terribly important for sessions like these and for follow-up like these, where actual scholars are given, whether they're going to do their degree, if they get a scholarship from the government must insist that the paper that they write must be on Guyanese folklore, Guyanese culture. You're not going to get Guyanese culture by building up the country and doing that. And we're in danger of losing certain things. And likewise, Umfa, Kwekwe, all Indian rituals, whatever you call them, shave head, this, that, all the things, dig dirty, wedding, all of these things need serious work. And I think that our scholars and the University of Guyana need to get stuff and get it published and convince all the authorities that they are very important. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Sorry, I cannot hear very well. It's going.
It's okay, Henry. If you're online, you just yeah, this thing is.
No, it's on.
Yeah, but when it's on, it reverts. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's going to be
Right. Henry, thank you very much. Please stay on. I know Seeta has to run. So Seeta, you're from Kitty. What differences do you have in the Kitty experience from what Julio shared and what Henry just shared? Over to you, Seeta. Can you hear us, Seeta? Seeta? Yeah, go ahead, Seeta.
She needs to start.
Start, Seeta.
Is she showing?
type of thing.
Yeah, she is showing.
But I'm not hearing.
Oh, we're not hearing any audio though.
Okay, so my presentation is a little different. even though I enjoyed every bit of Henry Muttoo's presentation. Thank you very much. You have shared so much.
Thank you.
I'm looking at exploring cultural traditions through memory, performance, and storytelling as the theme of the conference. Looking at memory, performance, storytelling through toast, chants, social commentary, reflections by performing families, individual, villages, etc. And then classroom exercises and performance through stage, street theater, and storytelling, toast, chants, short stories, films, plays, radio dramas, theater arts, creations, etc. I'm sorry, I'm sure we're going to be seeing Margaret Lawrence film later. So let's look at traditions, memory. Traditions, and remember I'm looking at it from a scholastic point of view, from a participant, from an onlooker's perspective, and from a Guyanese from Kitty, Gordon Street, Kitty. So traditions generally start as part of our psyche from the time we become conscious of our surroundings as infants. We assert our consciousness, which is shaped through symbolic and embodied cultural practices. If we examine Guyanese masquerade traditions through this lens, performance such as in rhythm, in costume, in movement, and in communal storytelling, somewhat like how Henry just explained it, that sing-along and continuous chanting one to the other, which I have actually been a participant in Sarmaka, in Suriname, where the Sarma, you're in a bus and you're moving from one place to the next, and the Sarmaka would chant. One person is like call and response, something like Chautal. And so one group would start on the story, another group would continue it, all in song, and beating drums and song and chants. And it was like a continuous storytelling, one from the other as the journey goes. It's like work songs, because you see it in the villages, in the Saramaka villages in Suriname. And that is the closest as I have come to in actually seeing the original African, because quite a lot of their culture is still as it was. It hasn't changed much. And so for children, participation or observation of masquerade rituals become a formative experience, embedding cultural identity within these evolving consciousness. And it becomes like an embodied nature of dance, the symbolism of mask, and the communal energy of performances all contributed to that understanding of self within society. If you have come from Kitty Village, where all cultures are one, we never really separated, then it becomes a consciousness of our society. And this interplay between consciousness and tradition aligns with a holistic educational philosophies. It emphasizes the role of cultural tools, symbolic play, and social interaction as cognitive development. From a more personal connection, as I said, I was born in Kitty Village. My mom was born in Kitty Village, and that is where I grew up. In fact, all my life, my house, family house is still there. When I go back to Guyana, it's Gordon Street. And masquerade is part of my early memories of Christmas, as our sorrel drink, ginger beer, black cake, garlic pork, Christmas ham, Christmas nativity pageants, Christmas carols pealing through the neighborhood, just as the church bell rings, Father Christmas at the community center, which was by the seawall at the time when I was growing up, where they have the road, the highway passing through it now. Then you have midnight mass. We had in Davis Street, we had the Anglican church at one end and the Catholic church on the other. and a number of other Christian denomination churches along between the two. And there was always giving and receiving gifts and carol singing from the neighbors. We would always receive gifts from the neighbors. For me, there was neighbor Angie, neighbor John, neighbor Joyce, yes, a regular Guyanese experience with a masquerade band passing through Garden Street and through our yard to Pike Street. That was a highlight, and it lasted well into my teens and young adulthood. If I go back to what Henry mentioned earlier, the masquerade in Kitty would start from Kitty Market. It would come down one of the streets, either Labar Street or Thomas Street or Pike Street. But it would be in Garden Street. It would come through Garden Street, upper Garden Street before the Bear Ground, where you can't cross by the Bear Ground because it's a cul-de-sac. So they would pass through our yard. Our yard went right through to Pike Street. So the whole masquerade will be in our yard, everything, from Mother Sally, everybody. They would come through Garden Street, go over to Pike Street. And let's look at taking the traditions into the classroom. Masquerade tradition into the classroom. This is something I believe in. To be able to pass on our traditions, our culture, our belief systems, we need to teach our younger children. So we strive to provide this experience that is live on the street to the classroom. In masquerade education, we can provide students with an in-depth exploration, guiding them from the historical origins to the practical performances. If we allow students to engage with the cultural roots and enduring traditions of Guyanese masquerade, and here is where that book that was published for children on Guyanese masquerade by one of our participants, and she right at this conference. That is how valuable that book is, to use it in the different classrooms, moreover in the early childhood classrooms. So we will have to retain and ensure survival for future generations. Integrating Guyanese masquerade into early childhood education as a performer, as an onlooker, or as a classroom session emphasizes the role of cultural roots, the role of social interaction. It provides us it provides us with memories that goes right up into adulthood, and this I could profess personally. It allows us to pass on the joy to our children and our grandchildren, to share beyond the classroom, to create, to form alliances, to celebrate, and to share in different societies. One of the outcomes of teaching Guyana masquerade to the very young is a retention of our heritage in movement, in music, in costume. Is a pride of accomplishment and ancestral memory passed on for generations. Now this is an experience that we had at the Education Lecture Theatre in Guyana. I will continue it at the end. I was looking at cross-cultural similarities. Henry mentioned some from Italy and Scotland. I never thought about that. And but I was looking at it from an Indian experience. If you look at this, in exploring the imagery of Guyana's masquerade with the imagery of Indian folk culture, I have been able to form several connections. And this connection, my zest to find these connections started with Teacher Raghu. Teacher Raghu making masquerade drums and talking about his experiences and talking about what he has seen as a child and how he was involved in, from Puran Mal, from different South Indian cultural traditions, as well as masquerade. This I found fascinating. So these are some of the examples I found in South India. The stilt man. This is a peacock dance. Is a mother, they call her mother. And they fire eating. This, in January at the Pegasus, you had a cow, a horse and cow, and lion, the dances using animals. And the music with flute, and of course they had a harmonium and a dholak, but it's a flute and the cymbal. And this I found, it's so similar. I never experienced this before because I experienced masquerade. But then the South Indians who would have come to Guyana would have had this kind of folk traditions and would have formed, hopefully, or most likely, an identity, similar identities with the masquerade, with the silk dancer, with the mother Sally, with the fire eating. I have seen masquerade in Guyana with the fire eating, and when I've used it for cultural performances at the Inter-Guyana Cultural Festival and at Carifesta in Suriname, we always took, at that time, fire eating dance. The fire eating, especially usually from Linden, Aku's son. And even at Omai, we would have the fire eating during the masquerade and emancipation celebrations, because Aku trained his son to do the fire eating dance. And what these communities do, these four communities do, the three at the top, what they do is they use these folk forms to draw tourists to their villages, to tell stories in community celebrations, and to maintain their traditions for generations to come. They try to get funding from the state when community funds don't suffice. And the musical instruments are flutes and drums. And of course the majira, the cymbals, etc. So I was speaking about the creative works that come out of masquerade in different forms. Okay, our early formative days, we have seen masquerade, it becomes part of us, and how does it manifest itself? How does it show itself as adults? For me, it's my creative expressions for stage. I've written a number of stage presentations for the Inter-Guyana Cultural Festival, and we would use masquerade as part of the storytelling, but most often in the grand finale, where we bring the masquerade band up on the stage to do their entire piece, maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Or most of these, both Carifesta and Inter-Guyana Cultural Festival would have street theater. And street theater, we have entered masquerade as our street theater. In Barbados, they were quite, the Moko Jumbies is what they call the stilt walker. And they were always, you could draw the similarities and the differences for the Trinidad masquerade and the Barbados masquerade. In Germany, when I was the one who presented the Guyana presentation, but then I recognized that there was no other country presenting a cultural presentation. So what I did is I presented a Caribbean presentation involving the Moko Jumbies who were there, and the steel band players and everything. But it was bringing in the Moko Jumbies, the silt walkers, because we didn't get to carry any from Guyana. As if it was as part of the Guyana presentation involving our neighboring Caribbean islands, countries. And of course, my short story, The Flouncer's Money Pouch. So it comes in different ways, in cultural presentations, for stage, for the street, for film, for street theater, for film, and of course, short stories. And I have the chant or toast, which is part, as I look at, is the creative part of Masquerade, coming out of our roots, our memories, and bringing out that creative part of us. So I will read this part because I've written it as a conclusion. Guyana's masquerade tradition is more than a festive performance. It's a rhythmic embodiment of memory, an art form embodying music, movement, symbolism, lost religious significance, and cultural imagination that leads to even more creative expressions. Rooted in African diaspora heritage, shaped by colonial and post-independence history, and some of the chants you will find that Mother Sally, according to teacher Linda, is a representation of the a colonial woman in the kitchen and her behavior, and so that was represented by Mother Sally. And the Guyana masquerade has long served as a communal ritual of storytelling. Listen to Henry speak about that. It's satire in the chants and the toast. It's spiritual invocation. And this part we learned during our masquerade workshop, organized by Vibert and the team. And its characters, Mother Sally, Long Lady, the Bull Cow, Stick Walkers, are not merely entertainers, but carriers of ancestral wisdom, social commentary, in the costumes, in the music, some of the musical instruments, in some of the visual representation, and it represents the continuity of Guyana masquerade traditions. It represents a continuity of us as we were, as we are, and hopefully as we continue to be. In recent years, artists and cultural advocates have reignited that interest in masquerade as a form of creative agency. As luck reflects, Christmas in Guyana wasn't complete without a masquerade band. It's a very powerful childhood memory. And this I can attest to, and as Henry has demonstrated, the visual art of Long, along with the work of Dudley Charles, Grace Hale, and others, reimagines masquerade through sculpture, through fiber art and installation, transforming memory into contemporary expressions, such as some of the imagery of Trinidad Carnival. We had one of our best organizers of masquerade go to Trinidad and train Trinidadians in the masquerade. And if you look at the imagery of Trinidad Carnival, you could pick up, you could pick out, you could identify where there are roots of Guyana masquerade in the imagery and the construction of the different images. And masquerade is even showcased in blockbuster movies that show spectacle and that rivals none. The spectacle of those movies that show carnival, it all claim Trinidad, of course ignoring the input from Guyana, but it's spectacle. It's spectacle, and it's tradition, and it's storytelling, and it has roots through our common Caribbean ancestry. Now this presentation, my presentation today, it explores masquerade as a dynamic intersection of memory and creativity, where performers become pedagogy, costume becomes archive, and rhythm becomes resistance. if we could take it all back to the chants and the toast and the social commentary against the masters during slavery. It invites us to see masquerade not as a relic of the past. So we all agree in this group, so it's like preaching to the converted. Masquerade should not be seen as a relic of the past. It should be seen as a living, breathing art form that continues to shape Guyanese identity and inspire global dialogue, something that we're having right here. We have people from Guyana, US, and different parts of the world at this conference, at this session, at this colloquium.
Thank you very much, Seeta. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And that's for me. Robert, did I leave out anything that I was expected to share?
Thank you very much, Seeta. A lot of these illustrations that are being given by both Henry and Seeta, this afternoon, a little bit later, they will be all illustrated when we take the conference outside. Many people were talking about fear and the mad bull and all of that. Right. Many people they are hearing it with reverb on it. That's what they're complaining about. So we've been hearing about fear. We're going to live with Verna now, the lived experience as a little child growing up. Verna, take us away.
Thank you, Henry. I can't hear the others, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great. Enjoyed it. A lot of similarities to explore. I think we share the same sort of experience in the Masquerade. I obviously didn't go into the comparative side of culture, particularly as I've seen them in the region. For example, in the Bahamas, this is something that their Masquerade, like in Jamaica, is called John Canoe. But even now in Jamaica, the John Canoe, the roots of John Canoe, where it actually, I think people haven't really, well, the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica does it.
You're good.
My name is Verna Walcott-White, and this is my reflection on Masquerade. I told my journey to failure and redemption. Picture for yourselves a child of about age 5. She is quiet as she listens to the sound of sweet, melodious, and unusual music coming from a distance. This music is really sweet. As the sound gets closer and closer, this child and her siblings are filled with an air of excitement and anticipation for what they will soon experience. Masquerade. You see, my family lived on Durban Street, opposite the Georgetown prisons, an area frequented by masquerade bands at Christmas time to entertain the prisoners. All day long, we were treated to a different masquerade band, whose performers would lounge through Durban Street. We lived in the back house, and one day, my curiosity got a better of me as I dragged my sister Barbara and we snuck out the house for a live and first-hand masquerade experience. You know the old saying, curiosity killed the cat. Well, we learned this the hard way. as we jostled to the front of the crowd to see the shenanigans of the Masquerade band, which was at the front house. We never give thought to the ramifications of our disobedience or what we were about to witness. To our horror, we were face to face with what for us at that time were scary creatures, men known as flouncers, with their faces painted and wielding cutlasses. A man high up in the air on a pair of sticks, still dancing. A tall, regal image of a woman looking down at her subject. Long lady or mother satin. A stuffed woman with huge boobs and belly, bam bam sally, saying, "A wuffa happen one time. A wuffa happen one time. Go this side, come this side, come back a minute. Go this side, come this side, come back a minute." And most scariest of them all, a man in a cowl who was raining everyone out of the way. Talk about run, oh boy. Then he dips the cow's face towards the ground and looks in a different direction, getting ready to run. You don't know which direction he's going to go. Maybe he's coming your way. That day, some flouncers raced us home. To our surprise, our dad invited them into our home for drinks. From that day on, whenever we heard the melodious masquerade music from a distance, it was a jostle and fight to get under the bed first. Sometimes most of the day was spent there because our older siblings teased us mercilessly and told us a tale about Gobbling Joe, a fierce masquerader. My masquerade nightmares began when I was about 7 years old, with many different stories, where I'm always trapped by different masquerade bands, running from street to street, many times reaching a dead end, while just trying to get home and escaping the fear. Hearing the chants in my dreams was another constant. Christmas comes once a year, every man must have his share. Poor Uncle Willie in the jail, drinking sour ginger beer. Play, band, play. Little girl, your mama dead. Look under the bed, you're gonna find your head. Look in the paw, you're gonna find your toe. Play, band, play. Tonight I lay my head to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I may die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Play, band, play. My fear was further amplified when I was about 9 years old, and our family relocated to Crown Street, Queenstown, between Albert and Ernest Streets. There again, the masquerade bands were a hot spot, frequently passing through Crown Street, because the late pilgrims, Frank and Billy, who were directors at National History and Arts Council, lived at a corner of Ernest and Crown Streets. Frank was responsible for all the masquerade bands there. Upkeep with costumes, transportation, etc. So they always stopped by their home to have a drink and hang out before continuing on their route. As it happened, in 1974, I began working at National History and Arts Council, later renamed Department of Culture. I served as the secretary to 3 noble arts enthusiasts, to the late Lila Perry, who was the secretary of Department of Culture. Then the late Dennis Williams, who was an archaeologist. And lastly, to the late Lynette Dolphin, director of Department of Culture. I had a rude awakening. when, as the masquerade bands came to the office to receive their money or for meetings, I then realized that they were humans just like me and representatives of our Guyanese myths, legends, and traditions. I had to communicate with many notables. Example, Mr. Blackett, the feared Madwood cow dancer, and Portuguese, the flautist, Julio Thijs, he was just here, and the late Boise Sage, still dancers, just to name a few. Also, there were bands like Golden Arrowhead and Joker's Wild. I even played an integral part as a judge for the children's matrimony competition, judging Masquerade, also Mash Night for the adult masquerade bands. However, my nightmares still remain with me throughout my young adult life, even after I was married with children. As a dancer, I perform masquerade at state visits, regional international tours, and numerous performances, approximately for over 55 years or so. Initially, I was taught by top original and authentic masqueraders who taught the students of the National School of Dance, initiated by the late Madam Verna Williams, director at the time. As a dancing instructor, I was able to impart this knowledge and skill to children and adults in Guyana at the Guyana National School of Dance. A very important aspect of my dance career with the Guyana National Dance Company was in the early 80s under the tutelage of the late Derek Reed. He was responsible for the company's stylized and modernized masquerade performances regionally and internationally. Later, as I migrated to the US, I have not only taught students of my school, Impressions Dance Theater, Inc., but also those involved in GCA's summer workshop series. For many years together, these students perform masquerade through the streets of downtown Brooklyn at Brooklyn Borough Hall's annual International Flag Day. They also perform masquerade at Folk Feet in the Street, a collaborative venture between GCA and Brooklyn Arts Council, not forgetting at annual Folk Festival, and Bratta's Christmas Grand Market. Additionally, as a dance instructor with New York City's Board of Education, I had the luxury to pass on Guyana's masquerade to those students. Somewhere in my journey, this masquerade experience unexpectedly came to my home when my son Pierre, who at 3 years old took to the stage. He attended Stella Maris School, and his teacher, Miss Marie, Paloma Muhammad's mom, called me into the school for a meeting and asked me to get masquerade music and a costume for my son to perform at their Christmas concert. At the performance, Pierre was dressed, waiting, all excited and ready to perform. I remembered him impatiently saying, "Mommy, when am I going to go on stage?" several times. You see, they kept him for the final performance for a reason, because from the first note, I saw Pierre shuffle at top speed onto the stage in a dynamic way. And there was pandemonium in the audience. People were standing on benches and chairs screaming as he brought the house down. I was in utter disbelief. I never taught him any movements. He learned on his own by observing the masqueraders. He flounced Lady Going to Market, Scottish Highlander, Boy Robin, backwalk, breastplate, donkey parade, stumble, break, and shuffle. From that day, he was commissioned by Guyana's then Prime Minister, Hamilton Green, to perform Masquerade with the National School of Dance at St. Vincent's and other performances in the leading role, and went on to win Dancing Masquerade as a soloist at many children's matrimony costume competitions. This was a coincidence and a joke that my lifelong fear of masquerade manifested in my own home through my only son and attributed to me finally overcoming and eliminating the fear of masquerade. It seemed to be written, no, it seemed to be written in the stars that my life was destined to be intertwined and interwoven into the very fabric of masquerade. And this is my passion, that we keep masquerade alive. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you realize what you do. You are participating in documenting a lot of memories. So please let's give all of our families so far a big round of applause. They are documenting all this stuff. And as we begin to wrap this session up, we want to introduce a film that has been shown at the very beginning. So we will now have a look at a prize-winning film by Margaret Lawrence.
Masquerade, Mommy. David, boy, I'm sorry for you.
Who y'all looking at? Y'all don't got nothing better to do? You want to dance on the streets, begging for money and shaming me?
But Mommy, everybody...
Go home. No!
Why are you trying to control your son's life, Marvel? You can't see he's trying hard to please you.
Let Masquerade?
You can't stop it. It's in the genes.
Ivan, let me pass.
Masquerade is with tradition. It's with life. Let the boy dance. It gonna make you proud.
Julio sounds just like you.
Mom? Why you can't try and understand?
David, you got 7 CXC. You study hard. Find a good job and settle yourself now.
But Mom, you know how hard I've been trying to get one. But that don't mean I can't dance.
Masquerade ain't gonna do nothing for you.
But I get a chance to make it better. More than boys join Mississippi to me street moves. Plus, Mr. Ivan like it. He adding it tomorrow. We got to talk
Go
about
away.
it. We perform for the sponsors, Mom. They can finance the band and the community center. Mr. Ivan.
Don't tell me nothing but Firebrand. Don't tell me one thing but Firebrand. You don't tell me but Masquerade. This is what Masquerade do for me. Masquerade take my husband. Masquerade must take you too.
Masquerade can help this village, Mom. This whole country. Just give me a chance.
Hey, don't talk. So long as you living in this house, you ain't dancing no Masquerade. Dance, my son. Dance. Make your mother proud.
Tradition must live and never die. We got to keep the culture alive. Masquerade will never dead with firebrand at the head. Music!
The writers of letters couldn't avoid the influence. Whoever write with pencil, whoever write with pens. While they sit on writing behind the paling, stay flunks flouncing and bouncing upon the hot pave. The vibes sliding and rolling and seep through the window, slip past the ice blocks, sitting upon the veranda, jumping the page of the literary ones, inspiring them to put out poems. Plays too didn't get spared. Jeffrey and Vals was writers who dared to plumb this thing that we're talking about today. So just two of them is what I'm gonna say. Ode to Sugarfoot Joe, the Masquerade Dancer, written by Derek John Jeffrey. Slowly lifting his head, he tries to sit up in the hospital bed where newborn comes to life and the old drifts out of sight. Overlooking a distant shore, the mud-brown Atlantic chases the jumbie crabs from the holes they call home. People say he mother wash his foot with white rum in a trench near the burying ground. That is why he can't resist the sound of the kettle drum. His feeble body on a coconut fiber mattress bed, the doctors have long given him up for dead. The sounds of a kettle drum whirling in his head. Clatter-king, kitty-gang, clitty-clacking, ta-tang-tang, clicky-tang-tang-tang, naked feet stomping the ground. Takes a swig of the brown rum to the rhythm of the bass drum as the mad cow spins around, rekindling the fire of life, waving his hands in time to the Santa P band. Slowly climbing down, one foot touches the ground, steadying himself and holding the bed. Revisiting an art some say is dead, shouting, "Blow, man, blow!" He falls to the floor, to the music. He dances no more. Guyana Masquerade, written in 1972 by Stanley Graves. I am the great masquerader on a road of cobbled hearts. My feet draw sparks and dance syncopates both pulse and drum. Within palisades of teeth, men mock the dance, rites of passage and rain copper coins flung with arrogance of empty minds. The masquerade didn't just flow through the pen of the poets. In the mid-80s, Sir Ian Valls, the late Sir Ian Valls, wrote a play, guess the name, Masquerade. The play is set in a range yard and centered on two families, one headed by Jake Ruff, former masquerade dancer and his family, and the other by his partner Percy and his wife. Jake is a throwaway from society. He believes that he's so low down on the totem pole of entertainers in the society is a society that he desperately wants to escape from through the son who's coming home from the States to take him away. He complains that they name road after cricketer, but not even a gutter name after a masquerade man. He looking to go to Strathos to get a better life. The upstart son is a comrade who ain't frightened to recite folk poetry outside in the yard early in the morning, waking up the neighbors. The daughter, Nikki, she out there. She ain't got no respect for the comradely brother, who she believe only masking his desire to get out of the rat trap they live in him. She tell him, go out on the main road and look in the stores on the empty shelves, then come back and talk to she. According to she, the only thing that them ban yet is cobweb. Clarice, the loyal wife, trying to keep things together silently, happy for the son to take them away from sufferation. But when the biggest mask, Leon's lies about his financial situation come clear, Jake the old masquerade dancer decides he can dance one more time. Climbs up on the stilts, go to the masquerade for survival. Climbs on the stilts and he falls dead. Harold Bascom, multi-time winner of the Guyana Prize for Literature, playwright, novelist, painter, illustrator, wrote Granny's Last Christmas. In the interest of time, I'll precede it. Johnny Braff's singing filtered into the self-contained guest room where I sat on the side of my grandmother's bed. It's Christmas, have a merry, merry time. Granny, the woman who put me through medical school, had fallen asleep. Even as we were talking, I caressed one of her wasted hands with her nails now bluish, wrists slightly swollen, fluid retention, edema. All of the signs were there that Granny was close to leaving us. Yesterday, Christmas Eve, as I was approaching her room, I heard her speaking to someone, telling them she was coming home to Guyana for Christmas and hoped to enjoy some good masquerade and see her old friend Portuguese. I paused at the door because I didn't want to disturb her. She responded to the invisible person she had been speaking to in her visioning. It's what's called in the medical community when people close to death see individuals who have long died. I entered as discreetly as I could. For real, she said. Portuguese dead? Me hear he dead? God, he could have played that flute so sweet. I did always like Portuguese since I was a girl child. That masquerade band used to practice near we house in Albystown. Wait, Mr. Baxter there too? What is this? So who giving toast now? No more toast? You mean they're playing a dance dry so? Masquerade, ain't no masquerade without toast. Jumping to the end. The smell of chow mein was pervasive as our chat and laughter were punctuated with the voice of Nat King Cole singing about chestnuts roasting on an open fire. That was when Granny said something. What Granny say? She said, play some masquerade music, Lester echoed. I got it. Adrian jumped up and was quickly fiddling with his cell phone. Soon there was masquerade video thumping on the TV. As Granny smiled, her dentures glinted. I guessed Mama put them in. This is more like it, Granny whispered. Head leaned as she beat odd time on the arm of the recliner. I looked at her and knew her time for leaving was indeed soon. 4 daughters, we granddaughters, sitting around the bed. I sat closest to Granny. Watched as her weak right palms fidgeted and thought it was only a reflex of the dying process. But soon I saw there was a timing to it. And I knew Granny was keeping some kind of beat. Then she played her moving fingers as she wanted me to interclasp my fingers with hers, and I did. What happened next I cannot explain. I just knew I was in Granny's mind, and the place was warm and bright, and there was sunlight everywhere, sunlight and masquerade music. A laughing Portuguese man in a suit like a jester was playing a flute with a band of men, each looking like a jester with tassels, as 2 played drums and 1 beat a triangle. Before them was a dancer in the cloth-covered effigy of a raging bull. He rushed and wheeled and pounced. Children screamed with laughter to the music of the flute, backed with the sweet polyrhythmic syncopation of drums. Blow, boy, Portuguese, blow, I heard Granny say with laughter. And the thin-faced Portuguese man blew as his fingers flew on the thin little flute from which jaunty melodies came. Don't walk there, you're gonna catch me, Jonjo. Don't walk there, you're gonna catch me, Jonjo. You're gonna catch me, Jonjo. Miss Mary, Bigfoot shines so bright, you could take it for moonlight. Miss Mary, Bigfoot shines so bright. Stop! Toasting time. The music ceased and a man in a silver suit appeared. Mr. Baxter, Granny's voice said in astonishment. I thought they say you dead. But Mr. Baxter, shining like a resplendent angel, struck a pose and began. Christmas comes but once a year, and every man must have a share. Poor Buddy Willie in the jail, drinking sour ginger beer. And Granny, smiling, whispered, Band! Then her fingers that were clasped to mine weakened, fell limp, and she was gone. Dead and masquerade, masquerade and dead, the art form and the idea seem to go together like cheese and bread, but masquerade lives. It living in the now and living in the right now. Mother Sally still ramping with mad cow, passed on from generation to generation. That lickiting, boom lickiting sound. This thing is a treasure that will continue to prosper. You know, they got some people outside that could carry this conversation a little further. There we go. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. I need to introduce Rose, please. Yes. Just oh. This is not on. There was 2 more minutes. It just so happened, serendipitously, we found the poem in an old house. Yesterday it was? Yesterday. It was found in a house that was being cleaned out. So Rose is going to read that poem.
Apologies for not being prepared. I just found this morning. Hello. My name is Rose Braithwaite, and I'm very happy to do this. And I know we're in a hurry. This is a poem that was written by my brother-in-law, Nicholas Huntley, in 1966, and it's called The Masquerade Band. The Masquerade Band is in the street. The air pulsates with a steady beat. You hear the sounds all around, coming down, coming down. You drop what you're doing and scamper, hoping to be the first to see the stiltmen, the flouncers, and Mother Sally. You stare in wonder at the sight of the band, their glittering shirts and the many colors in their skirts, and at the stiltmen long and scary as any jumbie can reach and grab out of the tallest tree. Mother Sally is no mother at all, for she snatches children, especially those that are small. Where she takes them, no one tells, but we know she whips them straight to hell. That's why little children don't leave the house, but snuggle up to Mama, holding her tight, and wishing and hoping that she'll change her mind, while they promise through tears to do everything right. The flouncers, maybe 2 or 3 at best, move to the rhythm with so much zest, never taking their eyes off you, except for an instant they pick up a coin or 2. A token this generous means you're in for a special treat, for then the flouncing dancers leave the street and perform for you on the bridge in your front yard, and up your stairs they run if you bring out any rum. Then no one leaves until all is done. The rum done, they saunter away, a little tired at the end of their day. But somehow, there in the distance, when the spirit is again right, you'll hear the shrilling sounds of a fife and the enchanting roll of the drum, as they swagger, going their separate ways beneath a setting sun. No child's Christmas is ever complete without this musical show in the street. And years later, as a smile lingers on your cheek, you'll hear the echo loud and clear. I'm the man from Riverton. I just come to Georgetown, and I ain't leaving till all my money done.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We can go outside and get some Mimicry and tablet. Don't hold me accountable for anything. I mean, we'll be back in here in about, we could be back at 3:30, 15 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome back to the second of the memory pieces. That was a whistle. That was a whistle. Okay, this afternoon, this second session, before we get outside, I know everyone wants to go outside and enjoy the performances. Our first panel, we dealt with history, memory, and the creativity that came from that. We move along the way, and we're now in the present. We have in this panel a number of contemporary Guyanese masqueraders who will share with us what are their contemporary projects, their research projects, and their ambitions going forward. On this panel, live would be Maxi Williams and Joel. Online, we have Edwin Mansook, Vidyaratha Kissoon, and Jermaine Murray. I guess that's our tech guy. Okay, that's our tech guy. So we've got 4 colleagues here this afternoon, and they're going to be sharing with us what they are doing contemporarily. We're going to ask Maxi to go first because he's got to switch roles. He's going to have to go outside shortly. So let's welcome Maxi. Maxi Williams. Maxi Williams, talk with us about what's happening with you and Masquerade and its history and where you take it in the future. Remember, you guys facing me so I can control the time.
Yes.
So you got about maybe between 8 and 10.
Great.
Okay, go.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols acknowledged. So I am Maxi Williams, designer. Yes, good afternoon. I am Maxi Williams, designer, costume, fashion, interior decor, special events, and also a performer in the Masquerade. I'm also a member of lately launched of the Guyana Masquerade Association in Guyana, which I'm so happy and confident that the level of Masquerade and revitalizing of Masquerade will go forward. As Doctor said, we're more focusing on the modern part of Masquerade. As we listen to most of the panels today, I feel very honored to have an insight on the history and back then. And for me, as a creative, being a part of the creative industry and being a masquerader myself, I think it's an addition to where I see masquerading in Guyana as in terms of the creativity. Because while we have the tradition, I still believe that back then there were ancestors, there were people like myself. And for me, I am fortunate to be a masquerader and a creative person, a designer, where I would use that ability to create the, not just changing our new designs, but to enhance and to create more wearable and work on the creativity in the masquerade industry. Along with that, this year I'm a part of the planning of the Christmas Village. When you think of Masquerade, you think about Christmas, and I think that this year we're going to, in November, we're going to let Masquerade from now on onwards be ushered. So Christmas will be ushered through Masquerade. We're going to have a Masquerade Day that's going to honor the masqueraders. I think in order for us to see revitalizing and to see Masquerade go somewhere, we have to do like what we're doing now. Putting a lot into it, honoring people. A lot of times I said, I'm not going to wait until, I hope they're not going to wait until I'm 80 and then give me an honor. These are things that we have to celebrate our people. We have to celebrate our culture and our people, and not to wait until it's the last moment and then honor them. I think with the Masquerade Association, Christmas is going to be a big thing. I visualize that we're going to have like a Christmas parade. We're going to have an exhibition showcasing Masquerade and its culture, similar to what we're doing here. I work in with the team of the association, along with Teacher Linda and others who are more knowledgeable about the history and all of that with Masquerade, to make sure that while my part is the creative and costume and the quality of that, I have recommended that we want to see the music and the chants and all these things to become. To me, as a natural creative person, I call myself an artistic designer, because I've never attended any school to be creative. I believe it's a natural ability. I have adopted the Masquerade, just like that. I saw it in Trinidad, and I just fell in love with it. And I think that with my work, whatever I do, everyone that saw my shirt today is complimenting it. And when you put love into something and you're passionate and you have that natural ability, it just happened. And I want to take that same opportunity and put it into the Masquerade, where I'm going to work with the youngsters in training. I believe one of the things while we look at costuming and all that is the spirit element of the culture. And we're going to work together with the experience and all the young ones to make sure that they're not just flouncing, as what my other colleagues say, he's not flouncing for a rum and a $5. So for us to take it more serious, we want to make sure that the spiritual aspect is added, the quality of costume, the chanting and all of that should be added. Sometimes in Guyana, we think of when you talk about changes and adding, you know, at that time our ancestors did not have access to maybe a creative person to create a costume. They may not have access to the quality of material. And I was told by a very iconic person, Mr. Jimmy Hamilton, which was back in Macy's days when Mastermani and all that. And I was lucky to grow up around him in the Don Gomes Mash Camp, where I would have gotten ideas and concepts. And those are what we want to talk about, is where, for me, Masquerade is, it stemmed from our colonial days, when Christmas was the time when the slaves would got the vacation or the holiday away, and they will use the mock of the British. So today, my outside presentation, I use concept to create. So I'm also not just the tall man, but I'm also a boom boom Sally. And many other characters that I've played, I've been a part of the Republic Band and CPL. I'm the official mascot for the CPL.
Tell them what CPL is.
CPL is our Caribbean cricket, where all the Caribbean Premier leagues, and that's going to happen at the 6th of September. And we're lucky to be hosting it again this year. We have 9 matches, including the finals, is going to be played in Guyana. And I am the Bird of Paradise, one of my costumes that I would have created, and would have started my Masquerade journey about 8 years now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really look forward to seeing that. Maxi Williams, new generation, already taken up a leadership position in the Masquerade Association of Guyana. Something that has happened. And let us give the Masquerade Association of Guyana a big round of applause. And he just gave 2 secrets. Yes. He just gave 2 secrets. Masquerade Day in November and Christmas camp. You had a question, sir?
Yes. As we all know, we are all Guyanese here. It took a while for steel band to come into the schools, some of the top schools. Now, what are preparations being made to get Masquerade into the schools in Guyana?
Since 1992, there has been the National Schools Mashromani Masquerade Competition. Since 1992. It's been going on for about 30 years.
It's in the school. It's in the school because last year, I did not know that until I was a part of the association. But when I wanted to do a revitalizing masquerade band for the Ministry of Culture, and at that time for this year MASH, they did not go with that concept, so I took it into one of the schools, and they did very well. Along with the ministry now, and because of the association body, the schools and the government is now acknowledging, and I think once there's an association, there are going to be avenues, and it's going to get better.
Great. Thank you. All right. Great. Any other questions for Maxi before he goes? He's going to be outside again.
Just one quick question to you, Maxi. First of all, I want to congratulate you on taking on the baton. What has your experience been with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture when you try to bridge the masquerade question?
You're putting me on the spot. That's a big question. I believe in my opinion, that the Ministry of Culture holds they're the heartbeat of culture, and under their belt they have so much. And I want to say that for as Guyanese, and as we move into launching an association, which you would have done a great job almost every year, or how often you come to share your knowledge. And we as the association now, as that body, we are pushing forward. And like things like this, it's going to go where we want it to go, because I've had 8 years in Trinidad, and one of the colleagues was finding out what was the Bum Bum Sally, and that's called Dame Lauren. Her name is Dame Lauren, the character. And what I like about Trinidad, and I'm pushing here to implement in Guyana, is that we nationalize these characters. Because a lot of the youngsters, like, they explain what a Mungazer look like, and what this and what that. And I think that we want to create those characters as national characters and honor people like yourself who was a part of it, so that you could pave way for people like me in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, our next presenter, we're going to go online for our next presenter. Thank you much. And we're alerting Margaret Lawrence. Margaret Lawrence.
Unmute.
Good afternoon.
Am I sure? Thing of feedback.
Okay, Margaret.
Yeah, good. I'm sharing. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, fine. Because I know this technical thing is problems. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the Guyana Cultural Association. And Warunda Incorporated is quite pleased to participate on the panel. I know you pressed for time, therefore, I'm not going to be very long, but just to tell you about our involvement in keeping Masquerade alive. So I'm going to go to the top of that. I hope I can get to the top. Good. Am I at the top of my slides?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Could you put it on slideshow, please?
Excuse me?
Could you put it on slideshow so we can see the whole thing? If not, keep going.
Slideshow on the beginning. Is that it?
Yay! That's it. That's all.
Learning a thing. Okay, so my memories of Masquerade go way back to the days of Boise Sage and Podagee, Wordsworth McAndrew, and Albertown. When the bands came through, Albertown, I know Vibert is an Albertown man, down Cumming Street into 2nd Street, where Wordsworth McAndrew used to hang out there with, I forgot his name. Anyway, it's a senior thing. But all the guys would go down there on Christmas and have a ball. And we used to be there in Cumming Street enjoying that Masquerade music. Fast forward to Bishop's High School, when I was proud to be trained by Boise Sage to flunks, right, Jasper? I was part of the Bishop's High School concert presentation. And Boise came in because we had some of the more advanced lecturers there who encouraged that kind of thing. And one of the big presentations on stage for the Christmas show was our Masquerade band. And the flunksters were Zephyr Payne, Mother Sally was Lorraine Philippi, Hazel, Cint Hill. We had a fantastic time. So I always loved Masquerade. Fast forward again to the Guyana Broadcasting Corporation, the guys would come down, every Masquerade band. I can vividly see Mr. Blackett in front with the bag. He was the bag man. And then boys coming down High Street into Broadcasting House and performing in the Studio B. We had a fantastic time there. And if you go to the archives, and I think Dr. Paloma Mohammed referenced this in some of her research on toasts, you would get some of the toasts that they did to some of the staff of GBC. Lord have mercy. I hope that these people at the back end and will be passing. That's the culture nowadays. Anyway, so back to Guyana Cultural Association. The love for Masquerade was already there, and I joined the Maroondah Incorporated in 2006. So I always had this feeling, this love for Masquerade, because Maroondah Incorporated uses as its main methodology edutainment, and we use all sorts of arts, all sorts of the performing arts, and of course the Masquerade was always at the back of my mind. And I was privileged to be trained in 2012, and one of the films was Tradition, which I think you saw earlier. So Masquerade was always there. We have to do something with Masquerade. So when we did some research for the 2024 UNESCO participation program, but before, a few years earlier than that, because the participation program encompasses the use of culture and performing arts, we were able to get a grant to train teachers, young people and seniors to use puppetry as a form of for social change. So we applied again in 2024 and were happy to get a grant. So when we did the research, and I want to thank Dr. Cambridge very much here, because people who know Dr. Cambridge, is a man of passion and pushes you beyond what you think you can do. So we did some of the research, and some of the research talked about the families who are the custodians of the Masquerade heritage in Guyana. And at this stage, I want to salute the Waldron family, Mackenzie, the Cumberbatch family, the Blackett family. I'm not sure what remains of that band from across the river, but these are the people who are responsible for furthering the heritage in the communities and, in fact, at the nation's level. The passing of Lionel Blackett with Putty, according to research that Dr. Cambridge came up with, literally brought to an end Masquerade in Region 3, and we all know a wide hole in Masquerade's flutist music. So saluting all the young flautists who we hope will be trained. Some of the challenges facing these families, along with the curriculum offered by the School of Dance, our stalwarts like Linda Griffith, Vivian Daniel, they have been teaching Masquerade to the teachers, and they've been carrying on that tradition as seen in the annual Masquerade, Children's Masquerade competition. But the existing infrastructure does not readily respond. So we thought that we needed to get involved in it. Al Crichton did a very caustic but needed description, analysis of what was going on with Masquerade in Guyana. Everybody, they are an affront to you in society. They come up to the cars, they stop the traffic, they stop you when you want to move on. And according to Crichton, he said the tradition is defunct. And when you look at the children who are on the streets, and my colleague Tristana Roberts, she also wrote about it. It's painful to know that these children are there on the streets and they're not quite sure what it is that they're doing apart from collecting money in a box and flunking or doing something. They're not sure about the raison d'etre for this ancestral form. When he was Minister of Culture, Frank Anthony said, and he admitted, that if the culture, this is so important, very profound, If the culture is allowed to diminish, Guyanese will eventually lose their identity. So when you get those types of challenges, you say, you got to do something because you like the performing arts. We're into tradition. We're into the history of our country. We got to keep it alive. So we decided that we're going to apply for a grant in 2024. That is the participation grant. And they offer up to a total of $26,000 US for any project. You don't not necessarily get the maximum, which we didn't get. We didn't get the maximum, but of course, with your cost sharing and also, collaborating with other institutions, you're able to get cutbacks and so on. And I think at this time, I want to thank the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, because when we held our symposium there, we did not have to pay, and that really cut down the costs. Other persons, and thank you, Dr. Cambridge, for being very minimal in guiding us through this project. We could not have chosen a better person to be our consultant on this project. I'm telling you, when we put forward this project, we said, okay, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. But bam, Cambridge come aboard. Oh Lord, Cambridge said, hey, you're going to do X, Y, Z plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then why you don't do this? And then you need to documentation. And in comes Vidyaratha Kissoon, and Vidya comes with a whole lot of ideas, and oh my God! Where we started is not where we have ended. Vidya, thank you, Dudu. Thank you so much. So this project, because it's built on the first intervention called Masquerade Lives, which was done by this association in 2012 in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture. And we had that massive symposium and other activities in 2012. This project takes off on that. And also the UNESCO participation project, which was done by Linda Griffith. Linda, are you on the call? Congratulations to you. Linda ensured that she documented the steps. So when you get out there, it's not any old flunks. You got to do lady go to market. You got to do boy rubbing. There's a reason why, and there's a story behind all of those steps. So Masquerade builds on that. Now, some of the deliverables in the project was to convene a national symposium. We thought that we had to get the voices of the masquerade practitioners in on this. You can't do something for people without doing it with people, because you do something without the people and you decide that they're gonna want X, but when you hear the show, they didn't want X, they wanted Y. So you have to have the involvement of the persons who the project is supposed to benefit. And I must say that they all turned out in great numbers to our two-day symposium. And we call it a symposium, but my boy Vibert said, all of society symposium. I can't fault him for that, because that's what it was all about. It was all of society, everybody. And it's amazing, when we threw out this call, the amount of people who said, yes, I like masquerade, I want to get involved, I want to do this, how come you didn't invite me, and that sort of thing. So one of the deliverables was the all of society symposium. Another deliverable was to build the awareness of the masquerade tradition among youths age 0 to, I can't even see his well got here, whatever. Y'all seen it anyway. Yes, 0 to 7, to build linkages with the Masquerade Association and public and private sectors, promote public awareness to improve understanding and respect for the masquerade sector. I want to pause here for a minute. Our volunteers, because we understood that we must have the voices of the masquerade practitioners by doing interviews, and most of the people on this call are academics, and the importance of research for a project like this is vital. So the volunteers went out and spoke with the practitioners in the field, and the results and what we have, which we're going to be sharing on that, what do you call it? We didn't know the thing. Anyways, the research. The archives. There you go, digital archives, right. People, they talked about respect, disrespect. They talked about funding, and a lot of important things that were important to them. And that was a good springboard for us. And that research is available. Anybody who wants to carry out any research, that's a database that you can access. We have to promote public awareness so they can understand the masquerade sector. They're not stopping you on the road for money. That's not what it's all about. They are telling you a story. And I must tell you about that story just now. And we should encourage research and training through collaboration with the National School of Theatre Arts, Theatre and Drama, and the National Dance Company. We've gone further than that, but because these schools come under the Institute of Creative Arts, and we do have a listening ear with the Director of Culture, Ms. Tamika Boson, we have been able, and Mr. Al Crichton, who is the Director of Studies at the School of Drama, we've been able to build it into the curriculum. So in the dance research curriculum, people like Dr. Seeta Shah Roath has started training some of the students there in research and the dance company with their teachers. So I must tell you about the story though. The story, which is what was evolved, when we started this All of Society Symposium, we weren't even thinking about a day two, a symposium, a training within a training. And day two, Russell Lancaster, Jocelyn Josiah, Vibert Cambridge, et al., came up with this beautiful idea that we will devise a story. When you look at some of the performances that obtain within the Caribbean, and sometimes you go to a hotel or so on, they have a floor show for you. These people don't just come up and do a dance. The dance tells a story. It's a story about what? And we've got so many stories. The masquerade bands come from villages that are rich in culture. Victoria renegades. When you talk about Victoria got a story out of this world. I mean, you're the first village bought by slaves. There's so many things that they could do, craft and so forth. So within that workshop of day two, day one was the academics and so forth. Day two was building the stories, building the toasts that would enrich the story. So if you're trying to attract the private sector, and you say, okay, Herdmanston Lodge, we want you to adopt the Fire in the Land Band. They say, well, okay, Fire in the Land Band can appear every Saturday to our tourist guests and so forth. Well, what is it they're coming to do? I don't want to see nobody jumping around and then going with a box around to my guests. What is it that you're going to be giving my people, my guests, what is it that make me want to come back? So day two was spent in crafting stories about your history, your environment, and then you will learn, maybe you can learn about your sponsor. What is it that sponsor? The Herdmanston Lodge has a history, a rich history, because it came through the sugar industry. It came out of Gaisuko, Bookers and so forth. All of that was done on day two. Oh God, I make me lose my breath. On day two. I know this is you're so passionate when you talk about masquerade. It really astounds you. So that was day two, and I think my friend, one of my colleagues on the call said, after seeing how the masqueraders build their costumes, and I know Maxi can relate to this, how they build their costumes, the work they put into it, how you bend and craft and sew and all of that. She said she had more respect, so much respect, because if they come and say, I want $1 million for this performance, I'm going to give them $1 million for this performance because I know, I understand, I appreciate what it is. So we have to look at the masquerade tradition, the masquerade bands, the seamstresses, the children, as a whole enterprise. That, as the boy in the film said, masquerade can build this country, can build the community, can build everything. That's the solution. So we have been able to deliver for our children a pilot with the University of Guyana's Early Childhood Center of Excellence. Thank you to Mr. Lindy, Dr. Lindy and his staff. They're going to be rolling this pilot out within the next 2-3 weeks when school starts. We've had a lot of discussions with them. We've looked at the book, some suggestions about and adjustments and so forth, but we do have a willing counterpart, and we're so happy that we have that as a pilot. Synergies, we've been able to establish synergies with Ministry of Education. Of course, UNESCO comes under the Ministry of Education. We've already collaborated with Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Tourism and Hospitality Association of Guyana, and they're going to be setting up a meeting with the Ministry of Tourism and Commerce and the Tourism Association of Guyana, because very strongly we said to them, we need to have a presence, especially at Christmas, when you have all these tourists and things coming in. They must be that's the first greeting you must have at the airports, whether it's Eugene Corrao or Temeri or wherever. We must have a masquerade presence. And I know Maxi talked about the Christmas Village. There is going to be a presence of the Christmas Village. The Masquerade Association is going to design how that collaboration is going to work. Whether it's every day, whether we're going to have booths along the, whatever it is. That is not my portfolio, it's up to the association. The Institute of Creative Arts and the University of Guyana, we've already talked about that. And I think this is one of the biggest things, which is the incorporation of the first ever Masquerade Association Guyana. Here we are under the Companies Act, the Certificate of Incorporation, the Masquerade Association of Guyana ever on the 9th day of July 2025. I think that's a massive achievement. And it's something that when you go any place and you ask for, you request funding, you apply for grants, they ask you, are you a registered entity? Could you send us a copy? So I think this is a good springboard, and I want to congratulate all the members on the steering committee. Maxi is a very vibrant one on the steering committee. Thank you very much for all your hard work. Thank you, Dr. Cambridge, definitely to CPM and the Cultural Association, my very special friend, Mr. Vidyaratha Kissoon, who is as relentless as Dr. Cambridge is. He says, you got to get this into, what's the thing name again, Vidya?
The Digital Library of the Caribbean.
There you go. The Digital Library of the Caribbean. We have enough data, and we've already started to furnish that. So I want to thank you guys very much. Sorry if I bored you, but that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Margaret. Thank you very, very much, Margaret. Okay, so we heard about this institutional structure that is being developed in Guyana to carry this forward. Okay, so thank you, Margaret. We just heard about the infrastructure, the institutional arrangements to take Masquerade forward. Would like to introduce now a couple of people who are doing some research, some application. I would like to call upon Edwin Mansook, who is doing some research in Masquerade music. He will be followed by Joel, and we're going to leave to summarize and take us forward Vidyaratha Kissoon. So we're going to go now with Edwin, then Joel, and we're going to go on to Vidyaratha. Over to you, Edwin.
Edwin, unmute, please. We're ready for you. Unmute, please. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hearing you, yes.
Okay. Mimicry. So what? Today I will share some of the perspectives that are shaping my research and the kinds of questions I'm beginning to ask. Since I'm still in the fieldwork stage, I don't have findings or analysis to present just yet. However, in lieu of this, I'll share my vision, shaped by my review of literature and to a lesser extent the observations so far, which together with the histories of our Afro-Guyanese masquerades and the social economic realities continue to affect the practitioners who keep our tradition alive. Masquerade has a complicated past. Under colonial rule, it was often labeled as immoral, and we've heard this presented before through the various presentations of my former colleagues. And so under colonial rule, it was often labeled as immoral, and those old stigmas still persist today in ways practitioners are disrespected and undervalued. But alongside this history of stigma, Masquerade has also carried practices of resilience and expressions of joy, resistance, and survival that have kept the tradition alive. Its ability to adapt, as always, has been central, reshaping itself, absorbing and reworking contemporary elements, and turning constraint into new forms of cultural expression. This adaptive quality is also where I see the potential to think with ideas like mimicry, as a way of understanding how masquerade navigates both colonial history and its place within contemporary cultural life. So simply put, the central question that drives my presentation today is, how is mimicry connected to creativity and memory? But first, let's unpack. What is mimicry? In masquerade, mimicry is often manifested in masking practices, costuming, dance patterns, gestures. It can also allow performers to explore multiple historical and cultural identities, such as Pope Benedict XVI, the German Pope Arasaga on your left. But Webster states it is the art of imitating, mocking, and ridiculing. So while mockery and ridicule can involve imitation, they include aspects of contempt and exaggeration. And so wearing mitre, which mimics the Pope's headgear, performers in Montserrat reverse roles, subvert power dynamics, and interrogate societal hierarchies through papichoing, a form of parodic mimicry that humorously exaggerates the traits of authoritative figures, such as these, mimicking, of course, the Irish enslavers. We see exaggeration in our Guyanese landscape through figures like Long Lady or Bam Bam Sally, showcasing the parodic enlarged buttocks of the African woman. As a result of engaging in mimicry, individuals achieve a sense of cultural preservation while simultaneously innovating their traditions. But mimicry can also be deceiving. The ability to create multiple personas or complex interpretations highlights the ambiguity of mimicry. You see this in the heels and toes dance patterns in our current masquerade repertoire. But its history lies in the European contredance. So some may interpret the dance pattern as imitating French slave masters' contredance steps, while for others, it may serve as a form of resistance, highlighting the juxtaposition of West African dance postures and rhythms with French footwork, as seen in the Cuban tumba francesca, which also incorporates heels and toes. Yvonne Daniel states that even seemingly simple dance steps like heels and toes within Caribbean country dance forms are not merely European imitations. Instead, they are imbued with African epic memory and ancestor reverence, representing a continuous embodied narrative of cultural preservation, adaptation, subtle resistance against colonial impositions. So in cultural practice, mimicry rarely means simply repeating what came before. Instead, it often involves subtle shifts and variations. These variations are what allow traditions to stay alive and be relevant. They provide a space for improvisation and innovation while still drawing on that sense of shared foundation. So in a sense, mimicry is less about copying and more about transforming. And this idea is illustrated by Derek Walcott and V.S. Naipaul debate whether mimicry is good or bad for Caribbean literature. Sorry, for the Caribbean culture. But they're both stalwarts in the literature field. Their names are synonymous, of course, with poetry and novels, and that have long been defined the literature of the Anglophone Caribbean. V.S. Naipaul views it as losing one's identity by copying others. So for Naipaul, the Caribbean has lost its history, lacks originality and creativity, and occupies itself with copying others. But for Walcott, mimicry is therefore a creative and imaginary act essential for cultural expression, collective memory, and identity formation in the Caribbean. So mimicry so far is more complicated than just imitation. It can be a way as well for people to challenge and change socio dynamics and power hierarchies without needing to completely break away from their original content. For example, when someone imitates a powerful figure, as seen in an earlier slide with imitating the Pope, they might be using that mimicry to highlight issues of power and control. So thus far, I've showed how mimicry is tied to visibility, an integral aspect of masking and masking expression within masquerades. But mimicry becomes especially interesting when we think about sonic spaces, the environments created through music, through rhythm, through chants, through vocalizations, through other kinds of sounds. So sonic spaces do not just create a background, nor an accompaniment to performance. Instead, they are active sites where identity is shaped, negotiated, and expressed. Mimicry should be seen as a complex social practice with a potential for radical change. Within these sonic spaces, mimicry is never simply reproduction. It means belonging. It means experimenting with sound. It signals continuity and change. Improvisation within music and performance allows individuals and communities to carve out identity, to say, we are part of this tradition, while simultaneously saying we are making our own. these sonic spaces become a kind of living archive, a way of remembering by resounding, by carrying this memory forward and opening up possibilities for the future. So you can hear this when incorporating, for example, our folk songs, which intertwine cultural memory and national identity. Practitioners from Linden, and the second clip, practitioners from Regina. This perspective matters in today's talk because it shifts how we think about cultural sustainability. Instead of asking whether masquerade practices are authentic in a fixed sense, we might ask how they create conditions for identity, creativity, and continuity across generations. Thinking about mimicry and sonic spaces as sites of transformation and identity opens up important pathways for reimagining how cultural practices are supported and sustained, while simultaneously giving a space for cultural revitalization and dissemination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Edwin. At least this is an indication of what is taking place right now. Let me turn to Joel. Joel is Guyanese, resident in New York, young generation professional. Joel, what's your area of work? What's your area of work?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Joelle Howell. Outside voice teacher, please. Well, she told that I'm an educator for the New York City Department of Education. I'm also a dancer outside of that for traditional African dance and Afro-Caribbean dance. And what I do is use my Guyanese heritage to help students build confidence and also develop and connect through language and culture. So my title as an educator, as you can see, it says ENL, but that's really English as a new language. The past term was English as a second language. Still, the formalities is still the same. I'm teaching immigrants that are coming into the country English. A lot of people ask me, how do I do that? We will we'll get there. But first, I want to thank the Guyana Cultural Arts Institute for allowing me to come. At first, I was taken aback. I said to Dr. Cambridge, I don't think that you need me to come because I just wrote a book, but he insisted that I come, and honestly, I took some time to think about my own history and my journey, and this is going to embark on a different project for me. I know that after I speak to you guys and just was sitting and going through research, I'm like, okay, well, Guyana, we have so much of a story to tell that a lot of the Caribbean does not know. And just like I just came back from Grenada and I do a lot of different carnivals and they call it Pretty Mass. But a lot of people didn't know that I actually was a part of Pretty Mass for Guyana in 2018, which wasn't received well from Guyana. They really wanted more so of Masquerade, which I also participated in. So I have two different experiences with that. But what I want to start with saying is Caribbean carnivals, most of them have roots in slavery, liberation, and freedom. So the enslaved Africans, just like the last colleague said, weren't allowed to celebrate. So they created their own festivities and mimicking European masquerade balls and adding African drumming and dance and storytelling. And this was resistance in disguise and a way to just keep the spirit alive. And it's very important for every country to keep that going because it keeps pride in who we are, joy, like that Christmas joy, like the first time I saw a masquerade was at Christmas and the donkeys coming down and everything. It's just a fulfillment of just also survival, just a reminder of all that we have come through and look at the little pieces of Africa coming like through us throughout centuries and still remaining. So to me, it just means no matter what the enslavers did try to take from us, we held on to who we are as people. And that's why it's so important for Guyana and even Guyanese Americans and young. And even if you see Guyana, next week we have Eastern Parkway. You're gonna see a whole bunch of Guyanese flags from Guyanese people or, descendants of Guyanese, but do they really know the history behind Masquerade? Even I am somebody that is going to be looking for it, and also I hope the colleagues speaking will reach out to me and just tell me a little bit more so I can start writing and creating those stories because they do need to be told. Traditions are more than celebrations, they are survival tools. That I do believe that survival tools. Most of most of our African history is not recorded in textbooks, but preserved through storytelling. Our ancestors used songs, dances, costumes, and stories to keep our culture alive. Like each dance tells a story. So like I said in the beginning, I am on the side a dancer, traditional West African dance to be more precise. I also study Congolese dance just a little bit, and I also do Afro-Caribbean dance, but right now my focus is West African dance we're studying. What I will say from what I'm learning right now is that each dance tells a story. For example, at a wedding, us Guyanese, we have kwekways, but in African communities, like the Ivory Coast, what a dance or a song or a step that someone would do in Ivory Coast would be different than someone from Guinea or somebody even from the Congo. And these are traditions that are also valuable that we must preserve. And it's also a memory of the land and its people. And it instills pride in us. Like I said, a lot of things are not written. Like, for example, I do African dance, but I have not visited Africa yet. So I try to research as much as I can. You try to read as much as you can. You try to look online as much as you can. The information is not there. Why? A lot of our tradition comes from storytelling. And that's also in the Guyanese tradition that I'm finding, because even when doing this research, I'm like, okay, well, again, here we are, Guyana, I do not see the different characters online. So it's not a negative. I'm not saying that it's a negative thing. I do understand the reason and the purpose behind our African culture, not always sharing so much to preserve and protect against outsiders that may try to take. But now that I explained history that I'm pretty sure most of the rooms knows about, I'm going to share you a little bit about my story. It's a mix of chaos, some hard work. I'm still learning along the way. I'm not an expert. The first thing I'm going to just be real and say, I was homeless while pursuing my master's degree. I was raising my young daughter as a single mother, and I graduated while still living in a homeless shelter, a family homeless shelter in the South Bronx with a master's of education. So I completed my first year of teaching for the Department of Education while under those circumstances I was homeless. During this time, I wrote a book called I Am Tenacious, which features a Guyanese character who discovers, I'm gonna slow down because I'm nervous. Okay. Thank you. During this time, I wrote a book called I Am Tenacious, which features a Guyanese character who discovers her own potential. The story is fiction, but it reflects experiences in the United States homeless system. And it shows how easily someone can lose sight of who they are because of their circumstances. This connects to Masquerade because throughout our ancestors' experiences, whether arriving in Guyana, Trinidad, Grenada, or elsewhere, despite harsh conditions, they maintain a sense of who they are. It's so easy to forget during pain and hard times. Like when I was homeless, I couldn't participate in carnival or masquerade like I used to, but the moment that I was able and I was out of that situation and returned to my homeland, it felt like masquerade, which I learned is a Amerindian indigenous word for the term a job well done. So for those who don't know, masquerade celebrates Guyana's becoming a republic of independence from Britain. For me, it symbolized the independence from my own struggles and the ability to reclaim joy and identity. So I am grateful that the Caribbean has preserved this culture so that descendants and nationals alike can return to joy and fruits of our hard labor. So the question, my last, this is the actual question that I'm going to answer: how do I do my job? As an ESL teacher, English as a second language, and we all know that Guyana is an English-speaking country. Even though we have a lot of visitation coming in, or new Venezuelans, welcome, I guess, yes. How does this connect to my classroom? When I teach English, I'm not just teaching grammar, I'm helping students find their voice in their new culture. So many of them are new immigrants to the United States. So far, when they come, they may feel invisible. For me, as an educator, when students share their holidays, their stories, their songs, they strengthen their identity. How do I bring this into practice? Through vocabulary, through call and response. The gentleman before this was doing call and response with us with the rum. These are memorable repetition things that they can keep going. Hands-on learning. When students are actively participating, whether it's in dance or even cooking or even building anything, they will learn valuable experiences by practicing, by hands-on doing, and it's more memorable for them to learn the vocabulary in English. When it comes to storytelling, one book that actually came to mind was The House on Mango Street. Esperanza is one of the characters. She did not like the way that people in the United States pronounced her name. Her name had a certain meaning, but it lost its meaning when anybody from the United States said it. So I sit and talk to students, and we talk about names. What do they mean? Who they are? For beginners, this may be a large concept because I'm in a room full of maybe a couple of people that, a lot of students that don't speak my language. So I have kids from Bangladesh. I have kids from Yemen. I have kids from Spanish-speaking countries. I had a kid from Togo, Africa. He spoke 5 different languages. But when I have beginners, that's where shorter stories, pictures, songs, reacting, and reacting is also going back to Masquerade, because they're telling a story through your body language. And a lot of times when I'm teaching, even though I'm in the classroom, I'm teaching and I'm reading a story, but I have to reenact a lot of different things because I'm just speaking English and they don't understand anything that I'm saying. So I may say, okay, I need to drink and I need to, and I'm reacting, and that is also a part of our culture. Not only masquerade, but African tradition of just telling a story. So in conclusion, masquerade is more than music and costumes, even though I do enjoy pretty mass. And I had a great time in Grenada recently. It is a language of survival and pride. By sharing this in my classroom, I'm not just teaching English, but I'm teaching that their stories matter. Just like our ancestors did with us in continuance. And my message is that I want every student to take, the message that I want every student to take with them is your voice and your culture and your story is worth celebrating. And I want everybody in this room and whoever to just remember that. And again, like I said, I'm still learning about Guyanese masquerade. So I hope to continue this and connect with the association so maybe one day I can create a story.
Thank you, Joelle. Very inspiring, very inspiring. Thank you very much. Well, colleagues, we've got a lot of people outside who are waiting. So I'm going to ask Vidyaratha Kissoon to come on now. Joshua Macy, who joined us late, when Vidyaratha is finished, you're going to have a very short window, Joshua. So Vidyaratha, over to you.
Sorry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm just going to share my screen. I have a presentation, and I also there'll be a video clip as well, which I will do. Please bear with me 1 second. Dr. Cambridge, would it be possible to ask Joshua to go first before me?
If that's your choice.
Are you out to that, Tujay? Can you go before me?
Yeah, I'm okay with going before.
Yeah, right, thanks. Okay, good, thanks.
TJ?
I hear you. I hear you.
Good afternoon, guys. I am Joshua Jomo Macy, but 2J is my creative name. 2J is my name, and that's where it comes from. 2J. In the context of masquerade in Guyana, for me, I grew up in a faith Baptist, spiritual Baptist, 7 days church. Or people would say people was dressed in whites. And I saw the masquerade as something spiritual. Because it's more than just resilience. It has a lot of mimicry inside of it. And because we weren't allowed to hold the true form of the masquerade, we changed it and turned it into something. And we started to mimic, but we kept true to some of the spiritual side of it. For emancipation, I did a video, and I shared the video, and then I'll continue the discussion.
Macy.
Can everybody see the video? Hear the song?
Yeah. Today I'm doing a
Can you hear
masquerade
it?
dance in the
Yes.
streets of
Okay.
Georgetown. African culture is more than just clothes. It's a spiritual system. It's a heritage and it's culture. The culture that I follow is Ifa. You ever seen the people get called for? It's not just dancing like the mad. We beat the drums, we sing, we play flutes. We we are a musical people. We are spiritual people. The history of masquerade started long before we came to the Latin Americas and the Caribbean. It's something that came from West Africa, Benin. It's from the Yoruba and the Akana Shanti culture. And we hold it for, we take those cultures that we have came from the motherland or from Africa, and we put it in church. The way we sing is different. The way we worship is different. The way we dance is different. And my job as a creative to remind you where it comes from. And the soul of being who you are is remembering what you are. You are accurate, you are powerful, beyond measure. And I want you to know that you don't have to do too much, you don't have to do too little. Just be you, celebrate your culture, celebrate your heritage. Celebrate your culture, celebrate your heritage. Happy Emancipation Day. You are free every day. You are born free. We are free people. So think free, emancipate your mind, and imagine yourself to be whatever. You can be whatever you want to be, but be something good and something great. We are great people. Happy Emancipation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, yeah, guys. So that's what I did as my masquerade piece for 2025. I grew up and I went to Agda, which I learned a lot about the West African culture, and I learned a lot about the origin of these stick walking men, and I realized that a lot of Africans that came to Ghana, we came mostly from the Western Hemisphere, whether it's from Ghana, Kenya, and we brought a lot of these things with us. We weren't allowed to practice the spiritual stuff, we weren't allowed to practice the spiritual side, but we found ways within the masquerade and to put it into it. And like the young lady before said, a lot of the stuff that were taught to us was more of it was verbal, and we were storytellers. And that is something that came from the Akan tribe, even from the Yoruba. And what I found when I was looking at masquerade as a child, the mad cow, the guy who's dancing and going on crazy with the mad cow, being in church, sometimes people would call getting spatial manifestation of the ancestor or a particular deity, because although a lot of spiritual Baptists in Guyanese practice the Christian part of Christianity, a lot of the philosophy or principles they still kept, and it's called a gift or speaking in tongues or speaking from the ancestors, and to see the manifestation of it, to see it in the masquerade when you put on your suit. Because as a masquerade I do mark, when you put on your suit, the music and the chants and everything literally help you to become that particular character, become that particular part. And for this year I choose to do the Igun masquerade, which is from Benin. Right? And it was quite interesting because I used to look at it. I didn't know exactly what it was. And it's a Yoruba tradition masquerade dance once a year, and it's called forth to pay respect to the ancestors and bring forth blessing and strength. Also, the masquerade can be used when it's funerals. For example, I know a lot of times people complain when the East Coast, especially Boston side, when they're a funeral and somebody died, they would dance and perform, but that's also something spiritual, and it's also something part of the culture that we continue, but we lost the reason why. And the more I look at the culture in West Africa, I can see the similarities within our culture in Guyana. Like after a funeral is a celebration of life, and if this person was a very joyful person, you don't want to be sad. You give them the last dance, you give them the last ride, and you see the videos, and you say, oh gosh, it's going out, why these people behaving like that? And it's something, a culture that was passed on. And they do have a particular masquerade that they use for them. And this year I went and checked with libation. Libation is mostly hosted by the Faith Baptist churches within Guyana. However, the libation that was hosted at Coffee Square, they was not Guyanese, but they are people of the Guyanese heritage. And it was an interesting experience because they brought the same Igungun masquerade, but they used it as a libation, in a form of libation and dancing and chanting. As somebody who catch comfort, dancing, this thing, I could tell you, I rely on the music, the drums, the talking drums, the kung fu hand. I can't explain it. It's like a let go. And you literally allow the music to take you, and it's not like a fight. Because when I fight it, sometimes we get a headache. But if you let go, I catch the rhythm and I dance and do whatever. The first time I actually do it, I did have a headache, a severe headache for a while, but I sit down calm and I chant and bring myself down and I just relax and I caught back myself. I would like to share my screen one more time and show you guys a few of the photos that I caught at the libation service at the masquerade before emancipation.
Hi, Tujay, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay.
Go to GCA's Folk Festival website. You'll find details on all of these presenters, including the video that Joshua Macy just showed. Guy Folk Fest, Symposium, and all of this information is also put together.
Here are some of the photos that I took. I've been a part of this most of my life. And this time around, I said, let me just document it. I'm not currently a part of any IFA church or a spiritual church. I call myself I'm allowed to be a nomad. Means that I travel and I gather and I talk to great minds, and I'm allowed in different IFA churches to just talk and gather information and learn, because a lot of this stuff, like the young lady before, has not been greatly documented, especially in the context of Guyana. And I just take some photos to see the practice outside my perspective, and to see it in real life is really amazing. And this is what's called a true masquerade. Our forms of the true masquerade, but the masquerade that we've gotten in the Caribbean and Guyana is change. The tradition changes, a form of resilience, and it whole form and hold true, and it's losing in value in Guyana because we are losing the essence of it. I'm not anti-Christian, but however, the growth of more denominations in Guyana, and a lot of Afro-Guyanese have put down certain traditions, have left it alone, but however, it is still within the church. The way we worship, where we sing, where we dance, the worship dance, and the origin and so on comes from the spiritual side, or comes from the cultural side of the African heritage within Guyana. And the more we put it down, the more we remove from it, we kind of lose in a little sense of community, or a sense of the essence of why we doing it, where can it take us, and just remembering these things is going to put us in a position to build back or revitalize masquerade in a certain manner. We cannot recreate what is happening in West Africa. We cannot recreate what has happened throughout our history. However, we can bring it back. We can bring the reason, like teach young people more why. Because when I first learned to walk on stilts, the first thing I had to learn is to fall, how to control your fall, how to accept, it fall. The culture have fallen, but it's time for me to get up. So in the context of masquerade, you just kind of separate it from the appreciation of the comfort, the drums, the flute, the music, the chants is very, very much important, and we have to see, like young people have to see themselves in it. They have to feel themselves, they have to feel the soul in it. and the soul of the masquerade is continuously to go down. And I would love to have more young people. I love to have to show more young people. It's interesting that even being a part of the spiritual church, they didn't really directly taught us stuff. However, they verbally explained things to me. And I'm a part of the Georgetown Film Festival, and we had a movie called Ring the Bell, Shout Hallelujah. And the young lady we're dealing with, she moved from being a Jehovah's Witness to becoming a spiritualist. And what was so common is I saw the bell. They ring the bell to wake up. Ring the bell to wake up. The ancestor ring the bell, and then they had the machete or the cutlass which they used to seal or open doors. And in her documentary, she showed the resistance and how the spiritualists went through in St. Vince. And then she also showed how it links to Trinidad. And we
TJ, they're asking you to wrap up, right?
I'm wrapping up. And when it comes to masquerading, we need to remember the spiritual side of it. And it's in context of holding our heritage in the same light as we see Christianity. It is bright, and I do think that we should document it more. As a photographer, I love to document more, and as a performer, I love to be a part of it. And thank you guys. I do apologize for being so late, and thank you.
Vidyaratha, over to you.
Please unmute.
Right. So, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Right. So, before I start, I just want to do this grounding in acknowledging the spiritual traditions of masquerade and endorsing the calls that have been made by 2J and others that a key part to revitalizing masquerade must be a part of the spiritual tradition. And in doing this, I want to say that I'm a guest in this space. I'm not a practitioner. I'm an observer. I'm here because Professor Cambridge asked me. Like Maggie said, you can't say no, right? Okay, contemporary masquerade, I think we've all discussed this, right? It's the bands, we've talked about that, the families who keep in contemporary masquerade, the spiritual traditions which we're now acknowledging. And then perhaps we have other masquerade practices in the country which are not called masquerade. I want to introduce this thing with the Escribo masquerade, which I started to talk about in the April Symposium, which I came across by accident. But I'm not a participant in it, with the descendants of Indian indenture laborers at Christmas, right? And just let's look at this video clip. This is of a group of mostly what we call Indian people. And here goes. Double impact. Right. So, sorry. Okay, so that was a video clip, Nawaz Singh, which included a man playing, as I said, this group of Indian people playing drum, flute, triangle, and mouth organ, right? So whenever you Google Escobar Masquerade, when you put the search for Escobar Masquerade on Facebook, it's images and posts, usually by Indian people, of images like this. And Muttoo talked about it, many people have talked about back in the day, about people following a masquerade band. In Escobar, the first thing about this is going behind usually a music set now, not necessarily a masquerade band, but going behind the music set. But they call it masquerade, right? And it's around Christmas, New Year's. And also all these comments about dying tradition, our culture, and nostalgia about this whole idea of connecting villages and so, and of course clashes when bands meet up. In the music, we talked about, in April I talked about the late Mukesh, and Professor Cambridge had interacted with Rohan Ramdeen, who lives in New York, and Josie. But also learning there's a man called Chato Singh who plays the flute and the mouth organ, and Godauri, another person who plays the flute. In this other image as well, you can see a recorder, probably flute, not necessarily the fife, but in many images the flute is there. Many of these people also play in Hindu religious settings, right? The percussions are drum, but I think I hear tassa beats sometimes. I don't know if it's tassa players who play masquerade drums. I'm not sure. And then there are other things like oil bottle and so on being used to make up, and the triangle is there. Female attire, improper purpose. I think there's this gaffe about whether the men dressed in female attire, and Dr. Peretz had found this article from an 1894 Daily Chronicle, where some masqueraders were charged with appearing in female attire for an improper purpose. And an old Portuguese man was also charged with a similar offense. And this is from Hans Boy, female attire, leg one, also in Escobar Masquerade Day, this Christmas Day, December 2023, right? And the whole idea again, another thing that emerged in some of these images, when we asked a question about masks, it was interesting to see that masks were present. Santa Claus is an image. In this one from the iFluff reel, and a couple of them, there are images of a bull cow. But I don't think bull cow necessarily has all the scrotum, the testicles, and so that we hear about. And certainly what Tujay just spoke about the spirituality around it. I'm not sure if the dancers and so also have the same the same idea of spirituality here. Okay, so here's where we are, the danger of a single story. We're all talking about reason the edge, the reasons why people are in masquerade now is dying, the need for all these different dimensions. Edwin talked about, the role of mimicry, of repeating the story, and so on. So this is a chat GPT image, a man in a Guyanese masquerade costume. So this is what AI generates. So they take what they want from the internet and they present it. So this is clearly not what we have. And when you ask DeepSeek as well, they come up with the characters which include Devil Mask, Dame Laurent, which is from Trinidad, as Maxi said, and Wild Indian. And the dance moves DeepSeek listed does not include any of the moves that Teacher Linda and the team have documented and that we heard. So already you're seeing that this story is taking away. And I just think because CARIFest is happening this weekend, and you might have heard Prime Minister Mia Mottley talking about us also having to own our own digital landscape, because we're consuming information, and this is the kind of thing that will be handed back to us, right? So even as we talk about authenticity, improvisation, creation, etc., we also have things which are clearly not a part of the tradition. I just wanted to quote Tujay again. Tujay in a Facebook post said that he had the opportunity as a participant to document this libation march. The ritual, the offering of worship, it was the experience, because even he felt every drum beat and chant in the bones. So we've talked a bit of one of the activities of the Masquerade Association of Guyana, which I'm part of, is going to be this community archiving. And it's not just collecting images, videos, stories, etc., but it's also trying to imbue in it. It's about bringing it together, the histories, memories, and so, but including the participants in deciding how these items are going to be presented. So it's not just static images with a caption, but it has to reflect some of what these values are that 2J is talking about as well. So we hope that the community, the small group that is formed, there's going to be a lot of work in deciding how the archive is generated and presented to do like what Dr. Seeta Shah Roath said. It helps to generate new stories and outputs, but while also maintaining and preserving as you generate the new stories that you're carrying forward and maintaining the origins of these stories. Thank you. Was that fast enough? I was so crazy.
So, Madam Interim Executive Director, this is the history, these are the research opportunities. What does GCA have to say?
So GCA is encouraged, and we have to say a lot, but there are masqueraders outside. So we are going to go to the heart of the matter and really appreciate and bring to life everything that you've learned here today. All the stories have been told. At its heart, revitalization of masquerade is more than performance. It's about preserving cultural identity, strengthening community ties, and affirming the enduring creativity of the Guyanese spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us on this journey. Please, let's go do masquerade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. As the executive director said, let's go do masquerade.
Wait.
What?
Let's give my work.
Mm.
For all of you.
The man who started Folk Festival in Guyana all those years ago.
Okay.
Man, I was trying to log in on my way. I was trying to log in on my way, and for some reason the phone didn't go. So I missed it. And why I missed it, just before I used to like reach out to touch you. Somehow they wasn't sad. I didn't the music, and I mean I just remember. I didn't even remember seeing it. So please make sure you see it. That's a very good.
I got it. No worries.
Okay. Yes, we need you because you have to be
crossing the stage.
Oh, you're around this stage. I'll take you.
Crossing the stage. Yes.
All right, anybody else going out?
Someone could press this.
Yes, thank you.
I need somebody to just press it.
Waiting.
Yes. Someone press it. And you just leave it.
You have one walk with
Set up. And close that door. Close that door.
Yeah, I closed the door.
That door has to be closed.
Yes.
I don't want people talking.
All right.
No, that's something from Rose. Well, the news people picking up. All right, wait a minute. The news people picking up stuff. All right. Where's Wayne? Behind you. Wait, let's see what he's getting. Sir, you coming back down?
Yeah, good. You go.
No, we can't go because you can't pass once we start.
Oh.
So this one I want to make sure you're out of the way.
All right, let me get on.
Kijana, what are you doing there? Is it yours? Yes, it is. I'm saying one second. Yes. This is value of progress. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting. Ready? Don't worry with it. Yeah. Go.
The heart don't walk straight, you know. I always get a lean. Like it's remembering pain. Mine been tilting to one side, sloping forward with a big that break. Boop, boop, boop. One for dollar. Boop, boop, boop. One in front of the other. Since my granny dead. One day she get up, then lay down. She ain't get up again. She gone to sleep with all my hopes and all my dreams. But I still miss Eileen one grandson. Them say I'm supposed to be a liar. Ma and pops, them sacrifice skin and saltfish to save money for that. All them bus rides, them tuition slips, them kneel down and pray when night come. Make me boy walk proud, Lord. Them vision me in white wigs and black robes, straight as an arrow, respected among men. Hands that clasp at night turn to fingers, snatching me by ears. When drum songs from the neighbor radio tilt me forward, spread my arms and arch my back, sending my feet dancing down my granny memory lane. Dum dum, the dum dum dum, dum dum, the dum dum dum, dum dum, the dum dum dum, dum dum, the dum dum dum. Hey boy, what you doing there? Eh? I feel the weight of my mother's hand pressed down on me. Boys with education not supposed to go on so. That is for street beggars, forcing kind for a little flounce and shuffle. No son of we own this, eh? Gonna involve yourself in that. So I pick up my books, walk straight as an arrow, top student on weekdays, out to buy on Sundays. No place for music, no time for drums. But still, I feel it in my body. Every December breeze like drumming start up inside my chest. Doom, 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 doom. Calling me back to my granny house. Since she gone, it's shut tight, leaning like grief, just like me. Back straight like arrow, but heart leaning to one side. I still hear my granny voice. She used to whisper, your great-grandfather named Mujembo. He did dance tall, touching sky. He walked stilts, and the spirits used to watch his feet. She used to show me how he moved, right there in the backyard, when the moon was full. She would raise her arms like branches and spin soft, singing. Every spin got a Holy child. The night I toss in a single bed, December moon gleaming through louver windows. I shoot up, back straight, listening. Start to kick up. Silence. I lay down back. I roll off the bed and run to the window. Ah! Stomp my toe on the dresser and stifle a yelp. I can't wake my parents, so I peer through the windows, trying to see where the shack playing. The night is dead. I look at the moon and she look back, never breaking she gaze. I silently ask permission. She stared. Then, dum dum, the duku dum dum, dum dum, the duku dum dum, dum dum, the duku dum dum, dum dum. The flute. I start to take out one louver. Space still not big enough. I take out two more louvers. Finally, I crawl through just enough space and land in the grass below my bedroom window. The flute song seemed to be coming. Is that the granny house? I follow the path, overgrown with bush to the red door, forbidden to me since my granny's funeral. It beckoned me now. I reach for the doorknob, not to remember, but to feel. Feel what it's like to be granny baby. For see if my blood still got rhythm. I push open the door and the scent hit me. Old polish, dust, old smoke and nutmeg. And underneath that, a stillness. Like the house been holding its breath, waiting for me. Dust meet me like family, rising up and settling on me like an embrace. The floor creak in welcome, and the walls sigh with relief at my presence. Bedroom door open, slow, like tongue forgetting prayer. I feel something draw me in the room full of granny scent, perfume, sweat, cassava and thyme. My eyes adjust to the darkness. Costumes piled like sleeping gods. Oh, this is where they put them. Masks grinning like they know the secret. Stilts leaning in the corner, tall, silent, waiting. I touch one mask, cold, but warm with spirit. A red one with gold teeth, a blue one with feather crown. Each one seemed to whisper, "You're late, but you come." Strap them on. 1 foot, 2. Rise. Slow, slow. Tap, tap. Bam! Backside mid-floor. Then I hear it. You come, eh? Took you long enough? Standing over me like moon gazer. Somehow I wasn't scared. Oh, Jumbo! I knew who he is right away. It's like my granny's story them come to life. Tall like thunder, dark like river mud. Smile like you already knew me. He walk, he float. He move like breeze under the belly of storm. He said, Masquerade ain't no joke, boy. It's memory. It's protest. It's how we make mockery out of chains. Mimicry is mastery. He showed me moves that bend time. Each footfall sound like a door opening in history. He stomp and the earth answer. He spin and dust turn to song. And the band wake up again. The costume then take on new life. Mother Sally twirling with laugh, fat and free. Take back your joy, child. They put me in chains, silence me mouth, and put me hands to work. But them could have never killed the spirit, quiet the music, or still the dancing we still there here, proud and free. She rolled she belly like water. She feet in touch the ground. She slap she thigh and say, you shame your hips, but your hips no dance. My boy buck up in my face, eyes red. Feel your rage, let it out, but don't burn down your own house. He stomped in the floor and moaned. Granny house shake like a mighty shake. And out the shadows, the flouncers fall. They dance to be seen. They dance to be feared. They dance because the music know their names. I asked Ojimbo, why they ever stop dancing, great granddad? He sighed long. Because the world get heavy. Because shame put chain on pride. Because they forget dance is how we pray, how we fight, how we remember. I feel heat behind my eyes, like something breaking open. Like all the questions I've been swallowing since a smile. The sky open. Masquerade rise like sun. People come running from all around. Children with coconut shell drums aunties with flags, men with machete rhythm, the old heads nod, the youths shout, and in that moment, Guyana ain't wounded, she's dancing again. Masquerade is the nation. Next Christmas, the whole village full. Pops, front row. Ma, holding your rosary tight. Children, paint up. Youth in drumline. One dirty bill down. Every beat, every child, rebuilding tradition. Old people smiling, like rain falling after drought. Performance start. Spirits come out. Laughter, fire, rhythm, tears, and praise. Children point. Old people nod. Guyanese by Stabrook. Guyanese abroad. In Flatbush, in Peckham Square. We all gather for the masquerade. After, Pop said, it's art. Why? It's real art. Ma hugged me, like she grabbing back time. Masquerade become language again. Not no joke, not no shame. It's church, it's rebellion, it's a carnival of memory. The same knife will cut sheep, does cut goat. This dance is rebellion for all of it. I ain't no liar. I's a stilt man, walking for truth. Ojembo come back. But I still miss Eileen one grandson. Crab dance and your own dance before he died. And I dance high for all who come before. And when I tilt, I ain't falling. It's just that the sky calling.
go. Heel, 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 2, 3, 2, and quit. Good. Now that's step number 1. Y'all get that? So the next time y'all go somewhere and see Masquerade, make sure you do the step. Step number 2, donkey parade. And cross. Cross. 5, 4, 3, 2, quit. Nice. So y'all get it? So the first one was what? What was the first one right? The second one, what is the one called? Donkey parade. Good. Step number 3, by Robin. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Get it? One, 2, 3, 4, and quit. Nice. How we doing? Doing good, good. We got one more for y'all. Scottish Highlander. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Very good. Put your hands together for the dancers, everybody. So from now on, when y'all go anywhere, I need y'all to represent Guyana with Masquerade. That is how we make the culture live. Not only by having a conference in here, but everywhere we go. That is we thing. You got it? Good. It's we thing. So we got to make it live. That's the only way. All right, we got some more dancing for you guys. Time is of the essence, so we're trying to push through. Dancers, you ready? They're not ready yet? They're ready? Okay. We need to do this. Many times we have a show, we don't get to meet the artists quickly. They're going to say their names out loud.
Kayla Rodney. Oprah Hope. Akeisha White.
Carl, Keith up.
Alicia. Kayla Kylie. Zatara.
Good. Right, so the Guyanese crew, dance together for all of them. These 2 young ladies, they were the members of Impression Dance Theater. We taught this when they were 3 years old. And the others are also, they just came in from Guyana. That is X Factor. They're from Guyana. We have our drummers, musicians.
Flantis.
Akoya Rudder. Jagger. Lester.
Akumu.
Peter.
And these are the Drum for Life. Come here, guys. These are the members of the Drum for Life drumming company. Come on up. All right. Get your hands quick. Y'all can play. Stop playing. Give me name real quick.
Dylan.
Dylan.
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn.
Patterson.
And Patterson. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all the artists. Good. And we go to dancing. 5. Continue dancing. Yeah. Put him in. And let go. Let it go, yeah. Now who need it go?
Bum Bum Sally behind to come out now. She just had the images have to come out.
So listen up, everybody. This is a chance for all of you to practice those steps that you just learned. So get up and just get it together, okay? Practice any step you want for any step that you learn. You do 5 steps. Just do them the best as you can. All right, drums ready? Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting our Masquerade Band for 2025. Here we go. Mic over here. We get a mic.
Don't forget, we'll prospect for people to say something, and then y'all wrap it up.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Masquerade. It's on. Masquerade Creativity in New York City 2025. Give the cast a round of applause. Dylan, where are you? Come on up. We just want to thank Prospect Park Alliance for this partnership. It's been a great day in the park.
It has been.
It's a wonderful day for Masquerade, and we know that Masquerade lives on. So let me see if you know the steps. Okay?
We need to do it again next year. So I can remember.
I'll pay it over to you.
On behalf of all of us, I would like to say thank you, and thank you. I know that all of us here recognize that we can do Masquerade, but there's a limitation for me. But we will continue to thank everyone. I want to thank Dr. Cambridge, the chair of the committee, and all the committee members who have put in a great deal of work. And every single member of GCA has done their part. And so we say thank you. Thank you to my brother and colleague, Dr. Cambridge.
Yay!
You have done a great job. And to all the drummers, and to all the dancers, and to you, the audience, for our 25 years of keeping Guyana's...
Jasper, come, Masquerade.
Yes, our tutor. Keeping...
Come in, tuck in.
As we keep Guyana's...
Gail. You're here.
Okay. So we keep in our...
Clyde.
Only here. Dong, 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 dong. As we keep Guyana's...
Shana, Jamela, Desiree, Kijana, come down.
We're keeping our cultural vibes vivid and alive at 25. So we ask you to join us for all our other events. Come on.
Can I say something about Claire Goring's costume when you're done?
Her costume? Yes, it's present. Okay, I understand that there's a member of our original cast who want to say something about Claire Goring's costume that is here present with us. And we know because of her, things are blossoming and blooming. So Rose wants to say something about Claire's costume. I don't know.
So, guys, I'm going to make this very quick. I can't do culture without not calling Claire Goring's name. And I wanted to take pause because this is the only costume right now that was made by Claire Goring. It belongs to me. I found it just before I left home, and it's being showcased, and because we will see it often. But I just wanted to acknowledge her because I can feel her presence. So I know that you will join me in acknowledging Claire Goring and the work that she has done, the foundation that she has laid. Madam President, thank you for allowing me to say that.
We cannot and will not ever forget Claire Goring MS, our founding cultural director and executive director. But it's over now to the interim executive director.
Oh, well, there's not much left to be said. Thank you all. This has been the wonderful beginning of the first week of our folk festival season. I look forward to seeing you on Wednesday night as we celebrate our colleagues who have excelled. The awards gala will be held at the luxurious Russo on the Bay, 6:30. And where is my, come Bum Bum Sally, come. We will be celebrating one.
Where's Julio?
Julio, our exemplary awardee. Julio, well, he is here. Okay, and this is why people get awarded at GCA, because of what they do. So then we moved on Friday to Kwekwe. Verna and Chege and the team will be at St. Stephen's, 8 o'clock, along with the performers from Guyana. And then on Sunday, August 31st, please don't get it twisted. It's the only, the original, the authentic Guyana Folk Festival. 12 noon, yes, Jono, clappy, clappy, clappy. At Old Boys, Rutland Road. Don't go anywhere but Rutland Road. Anybody tell you to go in any place else? Rutland Road, Guyana Folk Festival. See you there. 12 noon, and we have a great program. Our cultural director is there. He gone again. He has put together a wonderful program. We have artists coming from Guyana, the Soca Monarch. It's going to be off the chain. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Get home safely. Have some mule pea, and I believe there's still more tablet over there. Desiree, mule pea and tablet over there.
Do we have tickets for sale for
Yes, tickets. See me for tickets for the gala, for everything. I got the QR code. All right, folks. Thank you.
11 minutes. We got to get out here for 6. 11 minutes. So we're going to do an encore.
Okay.
And still more.
And still more. All right. Thank you.